Hello friends. This is Phoenix. What if? How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto awakened the sage of Amaterasu. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. The sky was dim as rain began to pour down heavily on the village of Amaterasu, hidden in the rain. The grayish clouds gave a somber, draining sense of boredom as an 8-year-old boy with blonde hair and oceanic eyes rode in a carriage with his Gigi, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Why is it so rainy here, huh, Gigi? That's because it is the village hidden in the rain, Naruto-kun. It's said that the land weeps all day long here. That's so sad. The land shouldn't cry for no reason. How do we make it better? Smiling, the elder said, "Sorry, little one, there is no stopping it here." Determination in his eyes, the boy said, "Then, I'm gonna work extra hard in my shinobi training to one day become a powerful ninja and make the land stop its crying, promise." With an amused smirk, Sarutobi replied, "Well, that's a very nice thing to do, Naruto. Maybe then, we can have a better treaty than what it is I have to come and make." Minutes of quiet riding led to the carriage's stop as a shinobi with spiked, silver hair appeared in the window saying, "Don't worry, Hokage-sama. We're at the gate right now." "Good, carry on." "Hi." A little time later, and they were moving again. As they entered the city, the child gazed out through his window to see large structures with what looked to be spiked roofs. Children ran in the streets playing games, and dogs and other stray animals were seen hanging around near the trash. As they rode on, they passed an arena filled with people watching as two warriors fought against each other. Naruto was wide-eyed in amazement as he watched waterfly and lightning arc from the attacks the two were sending out. "Cool, Gigi. I think there are ninja fighting. Can we go watch? I want to go see the fight." Laughing, the old Kage replied, "Haha, all in good time, Naruto-kun. We'll go see the fight after my meeting is complete, okay?" Smiling, the boy yelled out, "Yay, arigato Gigi, you're welcome." The transportation stopped moving once again, as a shinobi came and opened the door to let the two passengers out. Looking around, Naruto watched as the fire shadow shook hands with several individuals, not a one looking his way. Until a man with blonde hair and a scar, a breathing mask, a gray flak jacket and cloak said, "Well, what do we have here, Sarutobi?" "A little guest taking a trip to a new country, him." Smiling, the old man answered, "Exactly. He's just taking a trip here to see some other lands." Turning to the boy, he spoke, "Naruto, this is Hanzo the Salamander. A legendary shinobi of the Second Great Shinobi War. He's as famous as I am, if not more so." Staring, the boy said, "Really? He's a legendary ninja too? Awesome." Laughing, the old shinobi looked down saying, "Tell you what, why don't I take the boy here out of your hair, so as to quickly deal with these negotiations?" Gazing warily towards his old ally, he says, "Naruto, be careful. Hanzo, look after the boy for me." "Will do." As the three separated ways, Hanzo asked, "So, little one, what would you like to do?" He was surprised when then the child yelled, "See the shinobi fights." His answer came out as, "Very well." After several minutes of walking, the salamander had gotten to know his fellow blonde quite well. He knew about the boy's childhood, his friends, and even his desire to be a powerful enough shinobi to make the land stop its crying. He was awed by the boy's strong will and determination, so much so, that he suddenly spoke out saying, "Naruto, if I offer to help you, would you do me a favor?" The child replied, "Of course. Whatever you'd need, I'd help, Hanzo-ji." Smiling, the elder blonde said, "Good, my wish is for you to fight me when you're strong enough. Call it training if you will." Taking a pondering look, the boy answered with a nod of his head and a giant smile on his face, "Sure, Hanzo-ji." "Good, then stay here for a while, and watch the two shinobi fight. It'll be a good one." After dividing his security force in half, Hanzo left Naruto to watch the duels and socialize with his guards. An hour later, Hanzo came back to see the boy actually taking part of the action, yelling and cheering for certain shinobi. Smiling, the war vet called out to the child, "Naruto, come here, with your hands out, and close your eyes." Following the instructions, the boy ended up feeling a weight in his hands. "You can open your eyes now." Doing so, the boy gasped as he was holding a scroll. What is it? A ninjutsu scroll. I want you to put it inside your shirt, and not tell anybody about it till you've mastered at least one of the jutsu on it, and made copies of each jutsu and what it can do. Understand? Hi. Good boy. Now, Akuz. Come. Your ride awaits us. Meeting with the Hokage later, the child ended up riding back home with Hanzo thinking, that boy has the potential to change the face of this world. I can't wait to see what it's like to fight that kind of power. Grow strong, Naruto, as strong as you possibly can. In the light of the crescent moon, a figure raced through the forest treetops, carrying a bundle inside a sack on his back. His gear was all black with gray portions of armor in various parts, yet the most distinguishing feature about him aside from his bright magenta eyes and wild sea-green hair, was his headband bearing the mark of Kumogakure. The village hidden in the clouds. Pushing himself at top speed, the shinobi found himself out in a clearing, but what halted him in his tracks was the sight before him. A boy with blonde hair and oceanic blue eyes stood in his path, arms crossed, and with a suspicious glare in his eye as he asked, "Oi, now what's a stranger like you doing out here so late?" Scoffing, the Kumo nin replied, "I could ask you the same question of Yugaki? Training. Your excuse? I'm going home." Then, without warning, the bright-eyed shinobi tossed a kunai at the boy. Reacting, the child jumped to the side, catching the projectile as his eyes narrowed darkly and he yelled out, "What the heck? You could have killed me." Chuckling, his opponent said, "Huh, you're pretty good Gaki. What's your name? Aren't you supposed to give your name first if you want to ask for that?" Why yes I am. Who'da thunk it, I got a polite ninja in training before me. Well, the name's Dorobu Misato, kid. You? Uzumaki Naruto. Smirking, me said, "Tell ya what Naruto, if come with me, I'll make sure that Kumogakure makes you into a great shinobi." Pondering it for a moment, Naruto asks, "What's in the sack?" "A souvenir from Konoha. You comin' or not?" Smiling, the blonde nodded. "All right then, follow me." Turning, the shinobi went to take off, yet before he could take one step for the tree line, he heard the whistle of a kunai. Dropping his burden, he dove out of the way of said projectile, but it punctured a hole in his bag so that when it landed the forearm and hand of a child could be seen. Kidnapping, wow, so that's how Kumo operates, huh? Damn it Gaki. Now, I've gotta kill you. Vanishing in a blur of static, Naruto was left searching for the attacking nin with his mind in overdrive. Front? Nope. Sides? Nope. Above? Nah. That leaves. Naruto jumped to his left to avoid a potentially fatal jutsu, just as a spear of lightning pierced where he was only seconds ago. Holy crap, what was that? Raiden. Raibo no Jutsu. Appearing next to the staff, the Kumo nin took hold of it and spun it around in a flurry of movement as he spoke. "Well, you got good instincts and a fast reaction time. You might just be shinobi material Gaki. Okay, you know any jutsu?" Receiving a nod from the child, he said, "Then, I'll make you a deal. I'll let you use one against me. If it works, I'll let you live and let you keep the girl. How's that soundin', Thinking for a bit, Naruto asks, "Wait. What's in it for you should it not work?" A twisted smile came across Dorobu's features as he shifted his staff. "I thought that was pretty obvious kid. I get your life, and the girls." Frowning, Naruto conceded to the challenge. "Looks like I've got no other choice than to use that against him." Gathering his chakra and spreading it through his body, the blonde suddenly dashed for the girl as he made hand signs. Cursing aloud, me ran after the blonde thinking, "No, I know those hand signs. There's no way that Gaki has the chakra for that technique." Ino, Inu, Tori, Saru, Oitsuji. Upon reaching the girl, he grabbed her with one hand as he called out, "Kachiyose no Jutsu." Right before Dorobu could reach him, the two children disappeared in an explosion of smoke. Arg. Damn it. That little brat. After several moments to breathe and calm down, the shinobi took off, hopping through the tree line after a while chuckling with the thought, "Who'd have thought that a child that small possesses such a high amount of chakra for a summon? Well, he beat me. I didn't see that coming at all." He never got the chance to complete his thought as he was suddenly hit in the stomach by a Hyuga Juken palm, killing him instantly. His killer landed a little ways from his body as he breathed out in a tone of bloody rage, "Yuru. If you did anything to my daughter, I swear, This will have been a much easier fate for you. Where am I? Images began flashing through her mind like still photos in a film projector, rushing to fill in the gaps. Being home. The ambassador from Kumo. The kidnapping. The battle for her safety. Naruto. Oh, you're up. You mind telling me your name? Hinata. Hyuga, Hinata. Or why you Naruto? That I am. Nice to meet ya, Hinata. You can open your eyes, it's a bit dark but it's okay to look. Doing so earned her a blush that could have beaten an apple as she came face to face with her rescuer. Sun-kissed tan skin, whiskered cheeks, golden blonde hair, and staring, she got lost in the oceanic blue orbs of the boy before her. She didn't even notice the first time he spoke until, "Oi, you're staring." Flushing red again, she apologized. "Gomen, you were saying something?" Shaking his head, he said, "Yeah, that even though I don't know where we are exactly, I know that the summoning is bound to end us up in another dimension of some kind." "Oh, okay then. That doesn't seem too bad, that's the just you used to save me, right?" "Hi. Domo arigato, Naruto, for saving me. Don't mention it, I was just in the clearing you came into training at the time. Speaking of which, what caused you to get captured in the first place? I thought your family were all these really awesome taijutsu users." Hinata's mood instantly flipped 180 as she exclaimed, "I was defeated, I was drugged first, otherwise, I'd have beaten him. Or ran. Why I would've. Heck, back there I almost did." She paused. "Nays. He was far stronger than I am. The only reason we even got away was because of the summon technique and I'm not so sure that I even mastered that given our current state of affairs. Still, you did an amazing thing, Naruto-kun. Being able to use jutsu in the first place is an amazing feat for one of our age. I'm learning my family's juken techniques, but I want to be able to use other things, surprise my enemies and all that. That's why I can't wait to start the academy soon. I'll learn everything that I need to become an outstanding legendary kunoichi, and then protect all those precious to me." Naruto smiled as he made his own proclamation. "I want to become strong enough to protect my friends. I want to be able to make the whole elemental nations recognize me as a great shinobi, and then I want to be able to keep my promises, no matter what they are. So, I guess I'll be seeing you in the academy, Hinata-chan." "Hi, Naruto-kun." That said, they found themselves standing before two giant, stone doors. Both held an orb in the center of it, one, a fiery range going from a raging scarlet to a dark black hue. The other entrance held a wide range of colors, extending from a calm oceanic blue to a brilliant white display. As the two stood in admiration of the passageway before them, a heavy, ancient voice called aloud, "Two souls enter, so shall they be tested. Choose your path, bind your soul, and let your heart relay your conviction and resolve." After biting small cuts into their hands, they walked forward and swiped their blood along the door's surface. Locking eyes, both nodded, the thought shared wordlessly, "Good luck, stay safe." Picking the doors already before them, Naruto chose the red door and Hinata had chosen the opposite blue one. Once they passed through the thresholds, the doors began to close slowly before vanishing out of existence within the darkness. Hinata walked through the corridor unafraid. The orb that had been present on the door now served to be her source of illumination, as it flew ahead of her, bathing the path in a sky-blue aura. She traveled down until she came to an end, again, went on ahead of her, only to reveal that she was at the entrance of a vast cavern. "This place is amazing." The orb flew from the center of the room to completely above her, shower the entire area in an azure light. The brunette gasped when she heard a soft female's voice say, "I'm glad that you like it here." Searching around, the girl found the speaker in a most astounding position, rising out the apparent nothingness of the cave without even a ripple or sound. "Who are you?" Smiling, the woman said, "Be at ease, Hyuga Hinata, I am a friend. My name is Kurokami, deity of the rain and snow." The girl gazed in awe at the goddess. Soft, violet eyes, a small nose hanging over full lips with purple-colored lipstick, and a smooth face framed by icy blue hair. On her forehead was a fuchsia-colored hexagonal gem that gleamed with a vibrant ethereal beauty. Her attire was interesting, as she wore a mid-thigh-length white kimono with a royal blue lining that displayed her tall, hourglass figure. Blue, open-toed sandals with heels and white fingerless gloves with the kanji for winter etched into metal plates on the backsides of her soft-looking clawed hands. To finish the look, she had several blue-shaded ribbons criss-crossing around her waist like loose belts. The shy girl asked, "Ito. Not to sound suspicious, but how do you know my name, and how is it that I'm able to communicate with you?" The deity giggled a bit before answering, "Simple. You signed my contract, just your friend did, my fellow goddess. This binds us in such a way that information and energy can be shared freely between us without needing the ability to speak. However, that is only after you complete my test." After receiving a pulse thought from the goddess, the girl nodded in understanding before saying, "I'm ready. What is the task you will give to me?" The blonde strolled down the hall warily. He moved slowly so as to read whatever texts were on the walls. The orb from his entryway had illuminated the hall with a garden rose-colored light, but also stayed by his side as he read up until he too had reached an end. Nice. This is one giant area. He saw the light ahead of him form into a yin-yang of garden rose, actual color, and black, red, lightning, color. As the black side ascended above him to the top of the cavern, its spectrum color changed, illuminating the whole area in a bloody red aura. "Why, thank you, dear child." Gazing around, he saw a woman slowly rising from out of nothing as flames flicked about her position. "Who are you?" The woman gained a warm look about her features as she said, "You do not have to be wary, Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, for I am your ally. I am Amaterasu, goddess of the sun." Blinking, Naruto asked, "Why did you call me Namikaze, and why does that name sound so familiar?" The newly introduced goddess gained a sorrowful look in her eyes as she said, "I see, they did not tell you of your amazing lineage. Then, allow me to take that right, and explain the mysteries of your past." Spoiler alert. Parts of Naruto's past are discussed. If you don't want to know, skip to the next part now. "So, you're telling me that my father was the Yondaime, Minato Namikaze, and that he's the reason I have this thing inside me that's got the village so hateful of my very existence?" Thanks Pop. Way to screw me from the afterlife. Naruto. Don't be that way. Your father sacrificed his life to save you, his lineage, as well as his people. That alone was enough, but he turned the power of the Kyuubi no Yoko into a device for your use, to use as you see fit. He was a great man, and an even more noteworthy father. Do you understand? After some thought, the blonde responded with a sigh, I understand it fully, but I feel like with the way this village treats me it seems like it was all for naught. If this village had done something abnormally violent, I could have died or worse, the Kyuubi could have taken over had they ruined the seal and killed everyone. Exactly, which is why I will aid you from now on. You will need to face the Kyuubi itself one day, for ultimate control, however you have many allies, little one. In both your world and mine. Thinking, the blonde spoke aloud to ask, speaking of which, not be rude, but why are you helping me? Smiling, she went on to say, because, you are the holder of my contract, dear boy. I could not leave you to fend for yourself when you were in need of my guidance, besides, you're too adorable to leave alone. Blushing, the blonde muttered out, thank you, Amaterasu. Your help is definitely needed. Getting a good look at the goddess, Naruto was amazed by what he saw. She had glowing topaz-colored eyes, a delicate yet angelic face, soft pink lips, and all framed by raven black hair with purple streaks throughout it. She had smooth, ivory skin covered by a crimson silk furset with a flaming white wolf's paw on the front, yet the entire back was covered by a diagonally embroidered white, silver, and flame-like design of a lunging wolf with its tail pointed out. The top was slightly open so as to reveal a bit of cleavage, and overall, it was an extraordinary look that had Naruto without words in admiration. She winked, as she said teasingly, anything you like, Naruto-kun. Catching himself, he roughly shook his head and said with a cough, Ito, hi, demo. Laughing lightly, the woman held out her hand, come please, Naruto, your test awaits. Simultaneously, Naruto and Hinata stepped towards their individual goddess. They were surprised to walk on flames, water respectively, but looking again, they were even more surprised to see each other as if they were peering through glass. Sugoi, cool. Both looked and approached their goddess after a second of calming down upon seeing the other unharmed. Once before them, they knelt down, speaking, I, Naruto, Hinata, invoke the trial of my goddess. With a gleam in their eye, Okami and Amaterasu said in a powerful voice, "Very well, your test is complete." Both children started, "Nani? What?" In between laughs, the two answered, "You, haha, passed when, haha. You walked over, ha ha ha. Your face, haha, is so, ha ha ha, hilarious." The duo shouted, "That wasn't funny, I was serious." Suddenly, all humor was drawn from them as they said in all seriousness, "Okay then, shall I inform you of your real test? Hi. You do know that, should you fail, you'll die." Receiving nods from both, the Megami Ne, goddesses, said harshly, "You are to take control of your initial element. Should you not be able to do so, it will take of you and destroy you. Do you feel ready now?" Without fear or pause, both children yelled out a quick, "Hi," and left the goddesses to say, "Then, let the testing commence." Suddenly, water began to envelop Hinata in an enormous sphere. She quickly took a breath of air and held it so as to not drown. Outside, she appeared calm, yet inside, her mind was racing. How do I control water? There's no way to do that. With Naruto flames surrounded the boy in a spiraling circle before erupting into a gigantic tornado of fire. Closing his eyes and mouth to shield from blindness or suffocation, the boy sat down so as to make himself as small as possible while trying to avoid the searing heat of the firestorm around him. What in Kami's name? How do I control fire? It's not like I can blow it all out. Besides, I can't. See. Huh? After thinking about it for a bit, Naruto smirked. "Oh, to control the element, you've gotta be able to face your fear of it, so, if I'm gonna get out of this, I gotta open my eyes." After a pause, Naruto did just that. "Hinata, what do I do? I'm running out of air, Byakugan." Veins bulged around her eyes as she activated her familial dojutsu. Looking behind herself into the face of her proctor, she saw her mouth move a bit before curling into a smile. "Breathe. That's it. Conquer the fear to conquer the element, all right." Deactivating her eyes and inhaling, she found that she could, in fact, breathe. Well, this is new. As the elements receded, somehow, Hinata and Naruto ended up next to one another sitting before the goddesses. "Now that you've completed your tests, we can give you your contracts. I will say, you two have quite a bit to go over." The two orbs from earlier came down, or up, to float before its individual master. Before Naruto was the red sphere, as Hinata sat near the blue. Taking a hold of them, both children saw flashes of information. Their element. A series of foreign martial arts forms and kata, jutsu, and other skills. Then, lastly a seal. As this occurred, two very different seals formed upon the bottom of their forearms as three dragon heads crossing one another formed on Hinata and a phoenix appeared on Naruto's. Okami spoke saying, "Your gifts are the ability to create, control, and manipulate any elemental derivative of flame or water. The kata of our elements, two powerful techniques from our guardians, as well as our summoning contracts." Amaterasu then said, "Now, while you won't be able to summon us directly, you will receive our blessing and the next best thing. Naruto, you shall receive my Yasukani no Magatama, the jewel of Amaterasu, and I shall leave its abilities up to you to figure out." Kurookami then said to Hinata, "You, my dear, shall receive the necklace of my sister Toyotama. Its properties, you too, shall unlock on your own." Then turning towards both she told them, "You two will have to train hard to fully harness the level of mastery required for all these things. Yet, we are certain that you two will go quite far with these talents. So, be off, you shall return when the time comes." Hi. The two children departed, vanishing back into the real world with the skill of a ghost. Once they were gone, Okami turned to Amaterasu, "Are you certain it was wise to the boy of his lineage? His father will not be happy to learn that after 12 years he still knew nothing." She replied offhandedly, "Of course, he will inherit much that was owed him, and that fool Sarutobi shall not hold the truth from him any longer." Gazing at her elder god, she questioned, "Is this because of his father, or your anger towards that sad village?" "Both. Akuz, I must inform the others of our bonds." Hi. That said, both faded out of reality as they had come, sinking into the apparent nothingness. The two found themselves back in the forest in a flash of flame and water. "So, what should we do?" Naruto spoke saying, "We've gotta go talk to Gigi, there are things we need to discuss." Looking his way, Hinata was astonished by the serious look on his face. Why is he so serious? What did he and Amaterasu Omikami talk about? Decidedly, upon opting to see the Hokage, a squad of Anbu appeared on the scene. Uzumaki Naruto, Hyuga Hinata, we have come with orders to bring you to the Hokage at once. Sugoi. Let's go, Hinata-chan. The girl was amazed at her friend's reaction to this. Matt. Wasn't he just super serious about seeing the Hokage a second ago? Why the sudden change? Realization hit her as she thought, could it be the Genin that are here inspired this? Is this an act? Walking in between the Anbu, they were shunshined directly into his office. There they saw the old man in his high-back chair, lighting up his pipe with a Kenjutsu. As they appeared, he seemed to visibly relax, his shoulders falling a bit as he did so. Lord Cage, Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata, as you requested. Thank you. Naruto-kun, Hinata, it's wonderful to see you both again alive and well. What happened? How did you escape that Kumo shinobi, and where were you for this to have happened? Hinata spoke first, saying, I was in the Hyuga estate when I was drugged and captured. I don't remember much except for sounds here and there. I do know that Naruto-kun was the one that saved me though. Surprised, one shinobi asked, if you were drugged, how do you know he saved you? Almost immediately, she replied, because during one moment I was awake, I heard the ambassador asking his name. Then, the fact that he stayed with me from then on till now also shows that. Nodding, Sarutobi said, that is rather impressive. However, how did you get away? The shinobi was of Genin rank, and he was found and killed by your father without either of you present. That caught the two off guard, as their surprise was emanating off of their faces. Naruto, recovering first, thought aloud, so that's why he wasn't there when we got back. The Hokage and others present, hearing this, all turned his way as he continued on to answer the elder's question. Might as well tell ya the whole thing while I'm at it. I was out in the forest practicing my kunai aim and ninjutsu when the guy showed up. He paused when the old man held up a hand and asked, sorry to interrupt, but since when have you been practicing ninjutsu? In particular, without a. He paused as the blonde pulled out a scroll and said, this answer your question? I got it when we were in aim. I was instructed not to tell you before I had learned at least one just you off of it. So, you telling me now means that you did? Yep, I learned one so far. Then why haven't you told me about the scroll till now? Because I learned the jutsu tonight, and I was told by Hanzo-ji not to show you or talk to you about it till after I got one down. May I know the name of the jutsu you learned then? Kachiyose no jutsu. Sarutobi had a coughing fit at that, as he inhaled a large amount of smoke, saying, you, cough, learned about the cough Kachiyose no jutsu? With a nod and a smile the boy said, yep. Doribu gave the opportunity to use one jutsu against him. He said that if it worked, he'd let me and Hinata go free. So, I used that jutsu when I made a run for her to get us out of there when I remembered it being a teleportation technique. One of the Anbu behind him said, there's no way that a child, no older than 5. I'm 8, you bonehead. 8, could have possibly done a jutsu that even some Genin can't do, and without a contract. It's just not possible, even if he is getting a hard glare from his superior. He corrected his thought, only a child with high reserves. The Hokage nodded his head, exhaling his smoke. He said, that is rather simple seeing as how Jiraiya did that exact same thing in order to gain his Toad contract. Naruto-kun, do you know what creature you bonded with? Getting a nod, the Cage asked, can you demonstrate a summon first then? Of course. Turning his wrist over, the blonde revealed a tattoo of a phoenix elaborated on his skin in a tribal form which drew enough attention that by the time he went for a kunai, the Hokage stopped him by saying, Naruto. It's all right, the fact that that tattoo is present is enough to verify your story. Could you tell me what kind of test the creature gave you? That, I'd rather talk to you in private about Gigi. Gazing at the group before him, Sarutobi said, all right, then, Anbu. Hi, please escort Hinata, and ensure that she returns home safely. Hi. Dispersing, the Anbu vanished with Hinata into wisps of smoke, and when they left the cage began, so, feel free to share your ordeal Naruto-kun. Actually, Gigi, I've got serious things to talk to you about. Curious, he asked, like what? Like why you lied to me about my parents. Breaking out into a coughing fit, Hiruzen turned wide-eyed to the boy as he asked, "Who told you?" "Me." Both paused as flames seemed to burst from the middle of the room, and from within them, the goddess appeared. Surprised at her sudden appearance, both spoke at the same time. "Amaterasu, Haim, what are you doing here?" As Sarutobi began looking at Naruto in regards to the title he gave her, Amaterasu spoke, "Leave the boy be, Hiruzen. I was the one who informed him of his cage heritage. You, however, have made a grave error in withholding that information from him. Though it was for his protection, you did nothing but hinder him from his power. That, you will be rectifying tonight, or else you will be paying for the sins of this village along with all the rest of those pitiful villagers in the afterlife." Swallowing hard, the old man cracked. He was known and revered as the god of shinobi by many, even feared by them, yet even he was still a man. A man terrified of risking the wrath of the goddess before him. So, he complied by tossing Naruto the keys to his family's home and telling the boy that he will have his things moved to the estate within the week. This action seemed to satisfy the goddess, as she then promptly vanished in a swirl of flames. Sweating slightly, and looking exhausted, the old cage asked, "Naruto, how in the world did you meet Amaterasu Omikami?" With a fox-like grin on his face as he exited the room, Naruto answered, "Simple. When I summoned, I was sent to her. Konbanwa, Gigi." Paling, the old man thought, does that mean he's actually been to heaven? No, that's just not possible. Yet, the goddess just appeared before me, vouching for him. Leaning back into his chair, the Hokage sighed, I'm getting way too for this. Sarutobi had a coughing fit at that, as he inhaled a large amount of smoke, saying, "You learned about the Kuchio's no jutsu and used it." With a nod and a smile, the boy said, "Yep. Dorobo gave the opportunity to use one jutsu against him. He said that if it worked, he'd let me and Hinata go free. So, I used that jutsu when I made a run for her to get us out of there when I remembered it being a teleportation technique." Turning his wrist over, the blonde revealed a tattoo of a phoenix elaborated on his skin in a tribal form which drew enough attention that by the time he went for a kunai, the Hokage stopped him by saying, "Naruto. It's all right, the fact that that tattoo is present is enough to verify your story. Could you tell me what kind of test the creature gave you?" "Actually, Gigi, I've got serious things to talk to you about." Curious, he asked, "Like what?" "Like why you lied to me about my parents." Both paused as flames seemed to burst from the middle of the room, and from within them, the goddess Amaterasu appeared. "Hiruzen, I was the one who informed him of his cage heritage. You, however, have made a grave error in withholding that information from him. Though it was for his protection, you did nothing but hinder him from his power. That, you will be rectifying tonight, or else you will be paying for the sins of this village along with all the rest of those pitiful villagers in the afterlife." "Naruto, how in the world did you meet Amaterasu Omikami?" With a fox-like grin on his face as he exited the room, Naruto answered, "Simple. When I summoned, I was sent to her. Konbanwa, Gigi." Ch.6. Verification. As Naruto walked out of the Hokage's office, his mind was nothing but a blur. I can't believe that. Amaterasu totally scared the heck out of Gigi, and she was the one who told me to forgive him. And, how did she get there? That teleportation technique was awesome. I've really gotta learn how to do that. Exiting the building and going a ways, Naruto shouted, man. I forgot to get a map to estate. Why would you need to worry about going to the estates?" Naruto jumped as he turned to see an Anbu shinobi standing off to his left, hidden under the shade of the trees. Replying, he said, "I'm on my way. Why am I even telling you? Why are you here?" "Because you have someone who is quite interested in hearing what happened to you and Hinata in the forest." "Okay, do they live out near the noble estates?" "Hi. Fine, let's go." Walking towards him, the Anbu revealed himself in the light of the evening to have had his eyes closed, and as he opened his eyes, Naruto thought, "So, a Hyuga member, this is gonna be fun." Grasping a hold of the boy, the shinobi vanished with the blonde in tow. Elsewhere, Naruto and the Anbu appeared in front of the Hyuga estate, and walking forward, they passed by the guards to enter into an open area with plants and a pond. "Wow, looks like something out of a Zatoichi flick." When the Anbu looked at him, he responded, "What? Never seen the Blind Samurai movies? Poor guy." As they continued on, they saw multiple areas of space, some hosting fights, some with those practicing Kader forms, and others having nothing but space present. The Anbu led Naruto to turn a corner, but as he went to follow, he bumped into a little girl. "Oi, watch where you're going, Gomen. I'm sorry, it was an accident." Looking up, the girl said, "Who are you? What are you doing inside the Hyuga clan home? If you're here for my sister or me, I won't allow you anywhere near her, blondie." The Anbu, having noticed the skirmish and allowed it to continue, then said, "Actually, Hanabi, he is here for that. He's the one who saved her." Looking unimpressed, she retorted, "Huh? This Gaki, he doesn't look but a bit older than me. No way he did it." Naruto, irritated with being talked about as if invisible, said, "Oi, I can hear you. And, just so you know, I did actually save her." "Hana Chibi. Why you?" Interrupting, the Anbu said, "Hanabi, he is a guest to the family. Please, be mindful of your manners and show more respect." Grumbling about something under her breath, she responded, "Hi. Arigato. Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto. Arigato Uzumaki-san, for saving my sister." "You're quite welcome, Hana Chibi." Naruto followed the Anbu as he walked away, leaving Hanabi to steam at the jab to her height. As they went on, the Anbu said, "Uzumaki-san. You shouldn't provoke her so, it doesn't do well to make an enemy of little Hanabi, she tends to be quite vengeful." The blonde then replied, "I'm just teasing her, she'll forget me in a couple of days and then move on, I know I will." Shaking his head, the Anbu responded, "We will see. Now, I will advise you to be on your best behavior in front of these people. Here we are." Walking up to a large double sliding door, the Anbu opened it to say, "Uzumaki Naruto, present Lord Hiashi." Listening, Naruto heard a calm male's voice say, "Enter." Doing just that, Naruto walked into the room, and was met with a few men sitting in a U on the floor and Hinata sitting in the middle of them with an empty floor pillow next to her. Walking over, Naruto took the spot next to Hinata and looked at the girl. Doing so, he noticed her eyes were glued to the floor, and that she seemed a bit red. Looking towards the man before him, he thought, "Is this her father? She seems really nervous right now. What happened to that happy, intense girl from our travel to the summons world? I wonder." "Uzumaki-san, we are here to discuss the events of earlier this evening. I would like to hear from your own mouth, what happened?" "Hyuga-san, anything that Hinata-chan told you is most likely true." "I am sure it is, however, I would like to hear it from your side so as to hear the whole truth. He doesn't trust her, I can see why she's so nervous, feels like this guy's stabbing me with a kunai." "I understand." He then went on to detail every aspect of what happened, including meeting the goddesses, which surprised quite a few of those present. Including Hinata and Hiashi, though the latter hid it really well. He then went into explaining what gifts they'd received. When all was said and done, Hiashi looked his typical stoic self, as Naruto learned from watching the man. He then said after a moment of silence, "This is quite a bit of news, Uzumaki-san. I appreciate you for taking the time to recount what happened, but I also wanted to thank you for what you did in rescuing my daughter. That said, I would like to extend to you the opportunity of becoming an honorary Hyuga." Naruto and the others present were shocked by the man's statement as he continued to say, "This entitles you to free entry into the Hyuga estate anytime, your own Hyuga clan attire, and the chance to study the Juken under one of our own. If you accept, you would be doing this clan a great honor, seeing as we've never really had any honorary members before." The blonde was outdone to say the least, as it took him a couple of seconds to form his composure enough to say, Thank you, Hiashi-san, for the generous offer. However, I believe that this matter is in Hinata-chan's hands." Said girl turned to look at him as he said, "If she wishes for me to become a part of this clan, then, I will gladly accept." Gazing at the blonde, she then said, "Ito, Yes, Naruto-kun. I also extend to you the offer to be a part of this clan." Then, "Hi, I accept." Hiashi then did something extremely uncharacteristic of himself, he smiled. "Welcome to the clan, Uzumaki Hyuga Naruto." Naruto smiled before becoming serious a bit later, saying, "Then, as a member of this clan, I believe I have something to share." Catching the attention of the Hyugas around him, one elder asked, "What is wrong, child?" This is to be a secret to those outside this clan, but, being a member, I feel that I can trust you all with this. Hiashi, sensing this to be something serious, asked, and what would that would be? Namikaze, brow furrowing, the Hyuga head said, Nani, what? My name. My full name is Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, though, I guess now it's Namikaze Uzumaki Hyuga Naruto. Those that hadn't had their jaws hit the floor were wearing a countenance of complete shock and amazement. The blonde who had incited this unusual display was sitting in a seiza position while scratching his head with a nervous laugh. Haha, so, Ito, now you know. One elder, a Hyuga with a gray streak in his ebony black hair, exclaimed, how can this be? There are no records of such to support this claim, are there? Replying, the blonde said, actually, there is. Gigi gave me the keys to the place and access to a few of the funds. The only thing he didn't give me was a map so I could find the place. Hiashi then nodded as he said, Naruto, I worked with your father for many years. I knew of your connection. Everyone was taken aback at the statement as Naruto asked, then, why? Those of us that knew of your lineage were forbidden from discussing it without your prior knowledge. It was a law established by the Sandaime himself. I see. Then, why did no one do anything to help get me out of the orphanage or? Again, we were prevented from doing so by the Hokage so as to prevent favoritism of a clan over the love of the entire village. This too was made law. Lowering his head, the Bond thought, so, Gigi did all of this to keep my own heritage from me. Why, it doesn't make any sense at all. I need to talk to Amaterasu about this. Upon raising his head, he placed a smile on and said, oh well, can't fix the past, right? All that matters now is that I know who my parents are and I have what I need to move forward. Hinata, who had been watching the entire time, thought, that's it. That's the face he makes whenever he's hiding something. I've seen that look before. Her own mind flashing back to separate occasions where she'd seen the mask put up for display. Come to think of it, he's used that face a lot since I've met him, and it's only been one night. He's a lot like me. Hiding his feelings behind a mask. I guess we are a lot alike. Standing up, Hiashi and the elders began filing out of the room as Hiashi said, now, if you can wait here with Hinata for a bit, I'll have a tailor come by and get you fitted for your outfit. Also, I'll send someone to escort you around the premise and then home whenever you're ready to leave. If you want, we can even start giving you your Juken tutoring this evening before you go. Nodding in acknowledgement, Naruto responded, thank you Hiashi-sama, for everything. I would like to participate in the events that you have planned. Also, would it be alright if I did them with Hinata-chan? With a small smile, the head of the clan answered, of course not. You may use her as your guide through the Hyuga manor, as well as your Juken partner, and your escort will just be another of the Hyuga clan. Smiling, the blonde said, arigato. Minutes after the elders had left, Naruto and Hinata were sitting together, just discussing things. So, your father was the Yondaime. That's amazing. Yeah, once I get over the whole sealing a demon thing, it's not so bad. I do, however, wonder what happened to my mother. Gigi said that there wasn't a body, and I'd hate to think some pervert found her. Hinata grimaced as she thought about it as well while saying, Naru-kun, I'm sure that it'll all be cleared up as we continue with our lives. Maybe she's still alive out there somewhere. Yeah, but if she was, why didn't she take me with her? Was she too afraid of the QB taking a hold of me? I mean, all these lies and omissions were just about my parents. What if Gigi knows a lot more than he's letting me in on? Looking sad, the Hyuga heiress said, if that comes to be the case, you can always come to me Naru-kun. Always. Looking towards his friend, he smiled a little as he responded, thanks, Hina-heim. A lot. Welcome. Their conversation ended abruptly as the doors to the building were thrown open by a woman with straight, midnight-colored hair. Her eyes were white with a tinge of green in them, and she wore a slightly altered Hyuga outfit than the norm. Hers was a cream-colored kimono top with a black happy jacket over the top of it with designs of a butterfly imprinted throughout it. As she came upon Naruto, her eyes lit up with something akin to pure joy. Well, hello there little boy, I'm Hyuga IU, and I'll be your Heha honorary clothing designer. The two looked at each other, as the woman came closer and asked him to stand up. Obeying, he did just that, and had his clothes vanish off of him. In shock, the blonde yelled, "Oi! What the hell are you doing, lady?" As Hinata blushed a brilliant shade of red and promptly fainted. The woman looked on saying, "You're pretty well developed for a child. I guess we'll have to make the pant size a bit bigger than I thought." That said, she went through several seals before calling out, "Pin Hasu no Jutsu, Pin Lotus Technique." Right before Naruto's eyes, dozens of fabrics bound themselves together and formed over his body. It turned out to be a form-fitting, half-black and half-white sleeveless silk kimono top with a pair of black Anbu-styled pants. Walking around him and inspecting her work, she sighed as she stepped back, wiping tears from her eyes. "That may have been my best time ever. And it looks so good on you too." Confused by her actions after looking himself over, he said, "Thank you so much, Miss IU. This looks really amazing, and I like how it fits me." But what did you do to my old clothes?" She responded quickly with, "That hideous thing. I disintegrated its disgusting fabric the moment I laid my eyes on you. You should be thanking me." "Aw man, now what am I gonna wear outside of this? That was the only clothing I had and you just destroyed it." "Excuse me, only. Oh no, we're going to be here for a while, kiddo. Take those off, don't worry about the girl. If she sees you in your childish glory, she'll just pass out again. I did it on purpose, don't worry about it." Forcibly removing the boy's clothing after much struggle, she proceeded to make a variety of outfits for him to suit just about every occasion, so much so that she left twice to get more cloth for him. Hinata, ironically, woke up on both times she was gone, seeing Naruto naked 2 more times, and passing out with a furious blush on her cheeks and a bit of blood running from her nose. Seeing this made the poor blonde all the worried about his female friend. Hours later, Naruto left the Hyuga manor with a scroll full of clothing items that could have rivaled Jiraiya's in sheer size alone. He skipped training for the evening, partially due to his fear over his friend's physical condition after see how much blood she lost. The Anbu member from earlier was the one to escort him to his new home, and as they walked, Naruto began talking to him. He found out that his name was Hyuga Seijutsu, and that his skills pertained to interrogation and torture, as his skill with chakra control was to the point where he could cut all chakra circulation after hitting a few points and completely cause someone to lose usage in the area he affected. "That's so cool, can you teach me how to do that? I haven't ever taken on pupils before, and with my style of the Juken, I don't know whether or not you could do it without the Byakugan, evil eye, or white eye. I can teach you the forms and see what we can do about your chakra control, because that's what it's going to take in order to use this particular branch of the Juken." Stunned, the boy asked, "Does it have a name?" "It does. It's called Ketatamashiken, piercing fist." Sugoi. Laughing, Seijutsu said, "You know, you are indeed a strange one, Naruto-kun. I'll do it." "Do what?" "Make you my apprentice." Yada. Hooray. As they approached the gate of the Namikaze estate, Naruto walked forward and looked at the giant wooden gate before him. He saw that it had a dragon's head on it with its tongue hanging out, and upon walking to it, the head actually spoke, "Those of the noble house shall prove their ties. Those not of the house shall seal their fate. Mark your blood as that of the dragon, and enter through this holy gate." Naruto then bit his thumb to get it to bleed, only to notice that he healed as soon as the wound was made. Amazed, he tried it again, and got the exact same result. So, having Seijutsu poke his thumb with a kunai, and keep it there, the wound stayed open long enough for blood to come out and be sufficient for the blood seal that was needed to open the door. As he wiped his blood on the tongue of the dragon, one of its eyes glowed red as the jaw shut. Thinking, Naruto took the key that he had, and put it into the eye with an audible click. Turning, he undid the door's locking system, and when he let go of the key, it was absorbed into the eye, and allowed the door to open with a loud creak. As the two gazed at the enormous amount of space within the location, it seemed to be its own section of Konoha with all the homes and buildings inside of it. After a moment of silence, Seijutsu said in a low voice, "Well, welcome home, Naruto." In an equally quiet voice, the blonde muttered, "Thanks. Do you need me to come in with you?" I think I'll be okay for tonight. Thank you though for the offer." "Well then, Do you plan to come to the Hyuga Manor tomorrow? Hi, I'll come by tomorrow after I attend the academy, and then if you wanna, we can have practice here. Matt, why here? I'm sure that you're known for your style, but I don't really wanna be seen learning it there. Besides, what would happen if you had another Hyuga steal your style? Or, if you had to fight one in a tournament or something? The Anbu blinked for a second before saying, yes, I believe you're right on that. Well, then in that case, I guess we're better off training here. Yep. Oh, by the way, there's another Hyuga I plan to invite here after school tomorrow. She's my training partner, and, if it's okay with you, I don't mind, she can come learn here as well. Giving a wide grin, the child said, Arigato, Seijutsu-sensei. With a warm smile, the Anbu said, you're welcome, Naruto-kun. In Konoha's ninja academy, a brown-haired shinobi with a scar across his face, and a pineapple hairstyle was doing his class attendance as he quieted down the majority of his loud and rowdy group. Sheesh, I get the most promising class this school's ever had, and they're all a bunch of spoiled brats. Alright class, we're gonna start roll call. When I say your name, say here. We're gonna start with Shinji Kawasaki and Jun Goseki. Here, here. Jin Kurohana and Fudo Jinsei. Here, here. Two figures raced across the rooftops of the town, headed in the direction of the school. Landing in the yard, they ran inside the building with blinding speed. Hiba Inuzuka and Ino Yamanaka. Here, said an animalistic-looking boy with a gray jacket on and a puppy in his jacket's opening. Here, said a blonde-haired girl with a purple outfit with arm warmers and bright sky-blue eyes without pupils. Sakura Haruno and Sasuke Uchiha. Here sensei, replied a pink-haired jade-eyed girl in a red Chinese dress. Here, said a raven-haired boy with black eyes wearing a blue outfit with arm warmers in a cool, distant tone. At his reply, several girls swooned with hearts in their eyes as they fawned over the boy, two of these girls being Ino and Sakura. Hinata Hyuga and Naruto Uzumaki Hyuga. The door was slung open as two bodies exploded in a swirl of water and flame. Facing opposite directions, and being back to back, the two children that appeared from the swirl of elements replied simultaneously, "Here sensei." The other students were silent as all this went on. After their response however, the class went wild with a rampage of comments. That was awesome. S-rank entrance. Some of the girls present in the room said aloud, "Who's that guy?" "I know, hey cutie." While others shouted, "Hey, look at the hottie. Man, she's gorgeous." Some even went so far as to do dog whistles, though this particular one was done by one person in particular. A.N. Free cookie if you figure it out. There were a few who were less vocal in the responses they gave. Two boys sitting together spoke amongst each other. One boy with red hair and munching on a bag of chips said, "Nice entrance." And the other, a boy with black hair in a pineapple style similar to the teacher muttered, "Mendokus troublesome," before laying his head on the desk. There were fewer still, who didn't voice their opinion at all, but rather thought it. A boy with a sea green, high-collar jacket and sunglasses thought to himself, "Those two, they are quite strong." Then, Sasuke glanced at the two as they went to their seats and thought, they're both strong, especially that girl. She's got skills, I wonder. Hinata wore a satin light blue kimono top with sleeves and a pair of navy blue hakama pants with a white and green dragon arching across the back and stopping just above her heart. She also had solid blue fingerless gloves on her hands, and white tabi socks and a couple of geta wooden shoes on her feet. Around her neck was a pendant with a Chinese dragon laying horizontally across it, and her blue-black hair came to just a little beyond her shoulders in a bob cut, framing her face and the necklace perfectly. Naruto, on the other hand, wore a silk white high-collar vest with red trimming and a hood worn down that revealed his arms and a pendant, which was a phoenix flying vertically with its wings outstretched. He had a fire-bird crest on the back of the vest and a solid red pair of hakama pants. He had white fingerless gloves with red edges and short, spiky golden blonde hair with bangs that cut a bit over his left eye. In both their ears was an earring on opposite sides. Naruto's was in golden ember, and Hinata's was a silver snowflake. They walked and found their seats in the middle aisle, right by Shikamaru and Choji, the two boys from earlier. Upon sitting, the teacher said, Thank you for the performance, remind me to call you next time I need a magic show. Smirking, the blonde boy said, sure, we're here all year round. And the girl followed in a sing-song voice, but, it's gonna cost ya sensei. Laughing at the teacher as he rolled his eyes, he continued on with his roll call and began the lesson. After a few hours of instruction, he dismissed class for recreation and lunch. Why can't Shinobi just call it what it is? Recess. Outside, the kids broke off into their own individual sects, however there were a few actually hanging around Naruto and Hinata when the teacher left. One kid asked the two, hey, how did you guys do that awesome flame water thingy? At this they got a few yeahs tossed into it as they put a finger to their mouths and said, sorry guys, we're not allowed to tell you until we graduate from the academy. That gained them a unanimous, ah, man. As a response. Smiling, the two then got up and went to go outside, yet as they did so Sasuke called out, oi, Hyuga. Both turned and answered, hi, Uchiha-san, not you blondie, the girl. Smiling, the blonde looked at the Uchiha as Hinata turned and continued walking. He said, next time, do try to remember her name. She won't respond if you don't call her by it. Then, he too exited as an angry Uchiha got up and followed after them, this drawing a crowd not too far behind. Outside, as Naruto and Hinata found a tree to relax at, they heard a voice call out, hey. I was talking to you. Recognizing the voice, the both of them simply ignored him and continued to plot themselves at the base of the tree right next to the other as Sasuke got even more upset and said, look, just because you two can show off in class doesn't mean you two can fight or even use jutsu yet. Hey, you two are probably just still trying to get the basics of molding chakra down, aren't you? To his, and the crowd's surprise, Hinata spoke up with her eyes closed, yeah, we're just getting the hang of chakra. But, ya know something, I love the aim, don't you? As if on cue, a cloud appeared and started to rain on Sasuke, as if it were a joke. Naruto said, you know something Hinata, I do think it's pretty nice. However, ya gotta appreciate the seppuku of summer. With that, a large ember of flame lit on the tip of his forefinger and grew and shrunk accordingly. The crowd laughed at Sasuke as it stopped raining and he was left completely drenched, yet they awed at Naruto having fire on his hand and not burning. Soon after though, the Sasuke fangirls came through to see their love interest soaking wet and furious. Sakura and Ino, being his apparent voice at the time, yelled at the two, what's wrong with you? How could you do that to Sasuke-kun? Yet, the two shrugged innocently as Hinata said, what are you two talking about? I didn't see anything happen, did you Naruto-kun? He replied with a smug smile, nope. I remember showing Sasuke-kun here that I could actually use chakra, but this giant cloud came and drenched him. It was actually kinda funny. When the bell rang, and everybody started to go back inside. Sasuke stood there before the two as his fan club told him, come on Sasuke-kun, we'll deal with them later. No, I'll deal with them now. Charging the two as they got up, the dispersing crowd ran back like moths to a just lit flame, as some kids were shouting encouragement to the Uchiha. There were, however, those cheering for the Hyugas as they watched their attacker with a lackadaisical patience. The Uchiha ran towards Naruto, yet, when he was close enough he jumped at Hinata at the last second. Catching this, Naruto moved with a speed far beyond Genin, and slung Sasuke down by the arm that he went to punch his friend with. This resulted in Sasuke hitting the ground hard with a pop, as he had dislocated his shoulder. The raven-haired boy rolled and got up slowly, clutching his right arm as he stared in shock and rage at the Uzumaki. Naruto gazed at his opponent with a look that could have frozen hell over if it were faced in the general direction. His eyes held an icy hue that trumped Sasuke's anger outright, and slowly, the honorary Hyuga said, listen and listen well Uchiha, if you ever, and I mean ever attempt to hurt my friend again. I'll do more than just dislocate your shoulder next time. That caught all the kids back as they had never heard someone threaten another in such a serious manner before. Standing up fully, he walked away saying, come on Hinata, we're late for class. At their lead, the rest of the class dispersed as well, as the Sasuke fan club came to help their idol. He was so in shock at the look he received from Naruto that he actually let the girls help him get to the nurse's office as he thought, such anger in his eyes. I've never seen my own father that angry before. What in the world was that? When the class back in, Iruka saw that a few were missing and asked, "Where's the rest of the class? Recreation time is done." One boy said, "They're probably out helping Sasuke to the nurse." Alarmed, Iruka asked, "Nani? What happened? Naruto beat up Sasuke." "That is a lie." All eyes turned to Shino as he spoke up. Sasuke was upset at being ignored by Hinata and Naruto and followed them outside. When they were relaxing, he walked to them and haggled them about not being able to mold chakra. After demonstrating their control in various ways, Sasuke got drenched in water, and in a fit of rage, charged the two. Upon changing his course from Naruto to Hinata, Naruto, in an impressive display of speed, crossed in front of Hinata and grabbed Sasuke out of the air. Sasuke, not having his balance, fell and dislocated his own shoulder. That is what happened. At that, everyone was quiet as Naruto said, "Thanks, Shino." The boy nodded, saying, "That is merely a statement of the facts as they occurred, sensei." "Thank you, Shino. All right, everyone go take your seats. I'll deal with Sasuke later." A little while later, there was a knock on the door as Sasuke entered. The nurse, upon seeing Naruto, gave a foul glare as the young Uchiha took his seat. "Iruka, may I have word?" "Certainly. Class, finish reading what's on the board and I'll be right back." Stepping out of the room, and closing the door, the class picked up on the talking a bit. Some of the male students haggled the great Uchiha about attacking a helpless girl, and getting his butt handed to him. Some of the girls gossiped about what kind of guy tries to fight a girl, whether she pranked him or not. As the Uchiha walked to his seat, he tossed one glance at Hinata and Naruto, the latter looking back with cool indifference, and sat down in his seat as he stared out the window. After a few minutes, Iruka said, "Naruto, you've been asked to stay after school in regards to this incident." The class erupted in a cacophony of negative expressions as boos were thrown, hollers were voiced out, and in the window Sasuke allowed a small smirk to develop on his face as through it all. Naruto just nodded and said, "Hi, sensei." The rest of the day flew by without incident, except for the Uchiha's chair somehow slipping from under him somehow, as there was nothing but a tiny puddle of water in the area of his seat. After school, as the rest of the class headed OT, Hinata stayed in the room with Naruto as Iruka said, "Hinata, you can leave. Naruto's going to be meeting with the principal." Her answer was, "I'm sorry, I can't. I can't go home without him, unless you wish for my father to come here and see what's taking his student so long to come to class." "Excuse me, Naruto is an honorary member of the Hyuga, as you know, and as such he has to come to the compound for training with me. If I show up and he doesn't, my father will ask me what's wrong. And, personally, I'd rather say I was at school in an after-school meeting with the principal and have them come and explain it to him rather than tell him I don't know." Nodding his head nervously, Iruka said, "I get your point. Then come on, we'll wait outside as the principal talks with Naruto." The blonde, having been silent since his threat to the Uchiha, simply got up and went with the two. "Office. Well, Uzumaki, it has come to my attention that you have had an altercation with the Uchiha, is that correct?" "Hi. Then, is it true that you also engaged in combat with said Uchiha?" "Hi. Is it also true, then, that you threatened the Uchiha?" "No. Excuse me. No, I did not threaten him." "Oh, then what do you call what you told him after you dislocated his shoulder?" A promise. A promise. Hi. A promise, nothing more." "Then, listen here, boy. You may be established as a student of this academy, but should you ever get into an altercation with the Uchiha, of any kind, I promise you that I will have you removed. Is that clear?" Quote. Is that clear, Uzumaki Naruto? Crystal. Good. Now, get out of my office. Obliging, Naruto did, but as he opened the door, he asked, "Tell me something, principal. Did you put Sasuke to the same standards as you just did me?" Sneering, the principal said, "What? The demon brat wants to complain about standards. Here's a standard for you. I shouldn't have even allowed a thing like you into my establishment. If it weren't for the Hokage's recommendation, I'd have tossed you out before the first bell had rung. Oh, and no, I didn't put the Uchiha to the same standards as you. you're not even in the same classification as him or the other students. So, again, get out of my class before I suspend you from my premises." Obeying, Naruto closed the door as he said, "You get all that?" Sitting silently, Iruka and Hinata were in shock about what exactly they had just heard, their ears still rang with the volume of his shouts. Mutely nodding, the both of them and Naruto walked out of the building and started to separate ways when Iruka turned to the two of them and said, "Naruto, I'm so sorry." Turning with a smile on his countenance, the blonde responded, "Don't worry about it, sensei, I'm just not like everybody else. I understand, and accept that. It's not a big deal, really." Turning back and walking away with Hinata at his side, he said, "See ya tomorrow, sensei." "No, wait." Running and catching up to them, Iruka said, "Why don't I take you guys to eat at a ramen restaurant nearby? I'll take the heat from Hiyashi." "That sound good." With a small smile, both said, "Yeah." Upon getting to the restaurant, there was a sign that said, "Ichiraku's Ramen." Walking inside, the children order one miso and one beef ramen with Iruka ordering a vegetable ramen as well. "Comin' right up," said a beautiful brunette girl named Ayame as she took care of their orders. Minutes later, after having eaten their first bowl, Naruto's whole demeanor changed. Iruka ended paying for over 7 bowls of various ramen, not counting his and Hinata's one, maybe 2. "Remind me to only buy ramen for you when I've just gotten paid." This single action started a tradition that would last for the next 4 years as the three grew closer to one another. Smiling, the two then got up and went to go outside, yet as they did so Sasuke called out, "Oi, Hyuga." Both turned and answered, "Hi, Uchiha-san." "Not you, Blondie, the girl. Next time, do try to remember her name. She won't respond if you don't call her by it." Outside, "Hey, I was talking to you." The bell rang, and everybody started to go back inside. Sasuke stood there before the two as his fan club told him, "Come on Sasuke-kun, we'll deal with them later." "No, I'll deal with them now." Naruto moved with a speed far beyond Genin, and slung Sasuke down by the arm that he went to punch his friend with. This resulted in Sasuke hitting the ground hard with a pop, as he had dislocated his shoulder. "Erg, listen and listen well, Uchiha, if you ever, and I mean ever, attempt to hurt my friend again, I'll do more than just dislocate your shoulder next time. Naruto, you've been asked to stay after school in regards to this incident. Then, listen here, boy. You may be established as a student of this academy, but should you ever get into an altercation with the Uchiha, of any kind, I promise you that I will have you removed. Is that clear?" Crystal. Ch.9 School days end. 4 years later. The sun shone brightly as Naruto sat on the porch of his home near a koi pond full of fish, as he polished the edge of a katana. It had a double-edged golden blade, with a pitch-black dragon and phoenix yin-yang suba guard, a blood groove near the base of the suba for drawing his own blood, and a brass circular suka hilt resembling a small ring where the suka typically is, with a white shark skin handle wrapped in black silk. It had white tassels on its hilt and had a series of kanji written upon the base of the blade. It had a solid black saya, with a trail of red tribal fire spiraling into a violet phoenix further down it. The same features were on the wakizashi on his right side. He also had another sword laying on the wood flooring next to himself. It had the exact opposite design of the first AN, only telling differences. Otherwise it has the same kanji seals on it as Naruto's, in that its segmented reverse blade edge was a near white shade of silver, a double dragon yin-yang on its brass suba, and black shark skin wrapped in white silk. The saya also was snow white, and had a sky blue tribal dragon on the length of the scabbard along with an elegant piece of blue metal that had a ripple-like design etched in it. Admiring the sheer craftsmanship of the blade with a small smile on his face, Naruto thought, finally, it's done. Now, I can't wait to see how Hinata uses it. Today's the day of the Genin exam. Maybe now I can actually cut loose a bit. Naruto-kun, gazing towards the edge of his walkway as the blue-net, said while waving, "Ohio." "Ohio, Hinata-chan." Approaching the blonde, she stood before him glancing at the sword in his hand. So, giving Shitsunin Oblivion a cleaning quote. Nodding, the blonde simply said, "Hi. I still don't know why you gave it such a dark name." And, Let's hope you never have to find out. Observing the second blade at his side, Hinata gasped at the fine detailing while having a look of absolute fandom on her face. Noticing, the boy thought, she hasn't even seen the blade yet, and she's already mentally fainting. Haha, this is gonna be good. The girl slowly asked, Ito. Naru-kun. Smirking, the boy said, Hi. Who gave you that other sword? Nobody. I made it myself. The girl was astonished by the elegance of the blade, but verbalized a thought she had. I thought you were only an apprentice. What style is it, Masamune or Muramasa? The reply she got was, Nope. I've been forging blades for a little while now, learned pretty quickly under Masamune and Muramasa sensei, and it's a Masamune. Shitsunen is the only Muramasa I'd ever make. May I ask who this is for? It's stunning. Yeah, you. Then Naruto extended the entire weapon to Hinata, who, upon unsheathing the sword, swooned in anime fashion right then on the spot. I'm in heaven. Coming back to the real world, she promptly asked, what's its name? You've gotta come up with it. Starstruck, she thought, oh my goodness. And said, I know just the name for it. Gyusei, Morning Star. Come on, we have got to go to tell Yugao-sensei about this. Dragging the blonde just as he put away his katana and placed it on his right hip. He sweat dropped as he thought, something tells me this is gonna be troublesome. Hokage's office. The Hokage sat at his desk reading over documents that he had received earlier that morning as he sat facing the Hokage monument. Sensing a presence in the room, the old man said, Status report. Hi. The children aren't doing as well as planned, their skills are limited only to several ninjutsu, an academy-based taijutsu that's weak at best, and they have extremely limited genjutsu experience. All other forms are omitted completely excluding a few kenjutsu practices in Iruka's class. To be honest sir, it's an embarrassment to our shinobi skills. I see. Arigato. You're dismissed. You can continue to evaluate your choice. Sir. The shinobi then vanished in the blur of a shunshin. Looking out his window with a sigh, the old man closed his eyes as he said, You got all that, Jiraiya. Jumping in from the window, a man with white hair, a kabuki-style wardrobe with a headdress with the kanji for oil on it, and a giant scroll on his back said, Yeah. So what do you plan to do about it? Opening his eyes, the elderly Kage said, I plan to give them a crash course in true shinobi skill. Their test is going to be changed from now on. Rest assured of that. Raising a brow, the kabuki warrior asked, What do you have in mind? Smirking, the god of shinobi said, They're going to be fighting each other, and us. The Sannin was shocked at this statement. He questioned, What is he thinking? He knows that wouldn't be fair to Genins. Unless there were just that many of those obviously holding back. So, you have anybody in mind for me to be going up against? Smirking, the Kage said, As a matter of fact, I do. Anbu. In a flash of shunshin, several shinobi appeared saying, Hi Lord Hokage-sama. Send a message to the village that there is to be a shinobi tournament held out in the stadium at the end of the week. It is to be called Konoha no Tapu Tonamento, Flurry of the Leaves Tournament. Hi. That said, they all disappeared in a wide range of shunshin in order to quickly pass the word. Well, this is certainly gonna be one hell of a spectacle if you and I are taking part in it. That's the plan. Every shinobi will come here to take part in the contest to show off what they know, and every genin will see what it takes to be true shinobi here in the village. Those that wish to continue to be a part will do so, those that don't will leave. Consider it my weeding routine if you will. That's some real diabolical thinking you have, you know that sensei. I'm not known as the professor for nothing. Quite true. Well, I've got to go prepare. See you at the stadium. Then, he vanished as well to go get set up. Rising, the Hokage thought, this is the best way I can see what strength you truly have. Naruto and Hinata, let's see how far you've come in the last 4 years. With Naruto and Hinata, the two children had ran all the way to where they believed their sensei, Hyuga, to be. On the more secluded part of town, yet still inside the shopping district, they came to an old 2-story building with a board that read, Tamashi no Tabi, Soul Journey on the front. Going inside, Naruto asked as they gazed at the deceptively enormous room, Oi, Hinata-hime, you remember when we first came here? She laughed as she replied, I remember when we first came here, Haha, we thought the room was a genjutsu and tried to dispel it. Naruto then called out, Masamune-sensei. Oi, you here, and had a distant voice respond, in the back. Hyuga's here too. Walking to the back, the two came into the blacksmith portion of the building. It held an enormous furnace and two giant tables. There were windows at various locations, so as to provide light to the smiths as they worked on their swords. Naruto smirked as he looked at the tables, saying, good for any kind of blade, sensei. A man with blonde white hair down to his spine smiled in kind and answered, that was the idea, Naru-kun. So, what brings all you people into my humble shop this day? I was surprised to see Hyuga stopping by so early. Hyuga, a woman with long wine-red hair, and in an Anbu outfit equipped with a katana on her back, spoke first. I came here hoping to get my katana repaired. My last mission ended up giving it a scratch that I can't polish out. The master smith said with a gleam in his eye, well, why don't you pull it out and let Naru do it for you? After all, he's been patching up swords a majority of his blacksmith's career here. Huffing, the blonde said, only because you made me, you evil old man. Laughing, Masamune replied, oh, please, it was for your own good. You actually were an excellent repairman, and to think it was only 2 years ago that you came into this shop begging me and Muramasa to instruct you on how to use a sword. Hyuga giggled a bit as she said, I remember that too. The kid walked in here, saw all the swords, and dropped onto his knees and begged like I was the master smith. It was so adorable. I said yes even though I wasn't the master here. Blushing a bit, the blonde said, thanks guys. You're a real big help. Hinata spoke up at that time saying, Hyuga-sensei. Naruto actually made me a sword. Look. Handing the blade to Hyuga, she inspected it, as did Masamune from where he stood. Handling the blade carefully, she said, this is extraordinary. The color, the design, I can feel power emanating from this blade. It's not the same power as that sword you made the first time, Naruto. This one has a calmer, gentler feel to it. I love it. Taking a hold of it, Masamune held it for a sec before nodding and saying, this blade is in true harmony, Naruto. Excellent job. If I didn't know any better, I'd say you were gunning for my spot, haha. No, after Muramasa-sensei had me create one of his. I felt like I had to do something to balance that out. Frowning at seeing his student think about dark times again, the old sword maker said, I understand, but, you did an excellent job with this sword here and you've mastered your own Muramasa. So, I'd say you did the old boy very proud, Naruto. Now, don't you all have a Genin exam to be taking part of today? Hi, oh, that reminds me. The Hokage sent a message out today stating that everyone is to report to the stadium of the exams in a week's time for a tournament he's created for all the shinobi of the village. Even he and Jiraiya of the Sannin is partaking of this contest. I can't wait. Naruto smirked with a thought, so, he's planning on testing Hinata and him? This ought to be fun. Taking back her sword, Hinata smiled as she said, well, I just wanted to show you the sword and see if you'd like to go out to dinner later. But, with all the training we're now gonna have to do to be ready, I think we'll have to make a rain check. Nodding, Hyuga said, okay. I understand that one. We'll do it after, how about that? Running out of the shop, she said, that's great, see you then. Once outside the shop, the two smirked before forming a hand seal, and vanishing in a flurry of flames and water. The two entered the class the usual way, which Naruto disagreed, saying, they should have reminded them of the first day they came. However, Hinata then said, no, we can't have Sasuke trying to get you into any more trouble by asking for the technique and you confronting him to say no. It may be the last day for us, but you can still be pulled before the tests get processed. Walking into class, they walked up to see Sasuke in his typical window seat with a smug look on his face as he said, hey Dobi, you gonna demonstrate your death clones to us again? Ignoring him, Naruto walked right by him as Hinata took a more agile approach, simply leaping up to their usual seat. Today, however, before Naruto could get there, Kiba made a mad dash for the spot next to her, and actually sat next to her. He had a lustful look in his when he said, hey, Hinata-chan. You're looking great as usual, mind if I ask you out on a date? Rolling her eyes, she said, yes, Kiba, as a matter of fact I do. Naruto stood before Kiba with his arms folded over his chest as he said, "Move it, mutt, you're in my seat." Kiba grinned as he said, "Huh? Looks like you're sitting elsewhere today, Uzumaki." Hinata said, "Kiba, please get up. I'm not in the mood to be pestered by you for dates today." Kiba said with a devious smile on his face, "Only if you give me a kiss." Leaning forward, Kiba got close to Hinata, who was a second away from drawing her blade to threaten Kiba, but then they both stopped as a metal edge seemed to materialize between them. "Kiba, I don't have time for games. Hinata doesn't want to sit with you. My patience is wearing thin, and if you don't move in the next 3 seconds I am going to RU. Okay?" Growling, the bestial boy obeyed the instructions of his blonde classmate. As he passed, he whispered, "You don't stand up to Sasuke like that." And Naruto responded in the same tone, "Stay out of it, I'll deal with him soon enough." Pulling back his wakizashi and sheathing it, Naruto sat down just as his two senseis came through the door. "Alright class, we're beginning your exam. You are to demonstrate a henge, a substitution, a bunshin, clone, and a jutsu of your choice for extra credit. Please get in line outside, we'll call you in one at a time." A.N. Time frame like canon except with Naruto excelling in everything but the clone. "Yes, I'm being a bit lazy, so sue me." Naruto stood by Hinata as they were greeted by her father. "Hello children, how'd you do?" "We did great father, I came out as number 1 kunoichi." "I came as number 2 male, but I need to be going, there's something I think I need to take care of later. So, I'll see you both for later training, Lord Hiashi." Nodding, the Hyuga elder watched his honorary member walk off a ways and sit by the swing. Only for him to see a teacher walk up to him, and talk for a second before the two walked off somewhere else. Now, before he could do anything, Hinata said, "Let him be father, he would have been number 1 had that sensei not ruined his clone jutsu. So, Naruto is handling this on his own and in his own way. The Hokage will be made aware of what is going on whenever Naruto gets a chance to tell him. That's the message he told me, and now, I'm relaying it to you." Brow furrowing, he nodded as he walked with his daughter home, his mind on the blonde who he had started to see as family. Later Naruto and Mizuki were both in the shadows of the Hokage office as the silver-haired Chunin said, "So, you ready Naruto? All you gotta do is get in and out of the building with the secret scroll and all without being seen. I understand my role, Mizuki-sensei. I'll meet you out in the forest whenever the alarm is sounded for the scroll being missing. Right, now, you must make sure not to be seen. If you are, the test is mute alright?" "Hi, then, get going." Naruto moved inside the building with the grace of a cat as he scaled up the wall into a window by the ground level. Mizuki watched as he thought, "Soon, the scroll of secrets will be mine. Once I have it, I'll learn a jutsu, or 5 from it as my payment, and then I'll give it to Orochimaru sensei for that ultimate power he told me about." Later still, in Konoha Forest Naruto had found a nice spot in the forest pretty deep, yet close to the town as he studied the scroll for useful jutsu for later on in the week. I want something that I can really use. Scrolling down from the top, Naruto read, Cage Bunshin Clone Tech. That enables user to create clones that divide the chakra evenly amongst themselves and their clones. Also, any experience felt by clones is then absorbed by user upon dispelling of said clones. Warning. Due to mental backlash, this jutsu is advised to dispel only a certain amount to safely execute the technique. Also, it is not advised for those without at least Junin level reserves to use. Okay, that's one. Going down a ways Naruto found another. Karyuden no Jutsu user breathes out a dragon of flame. Strength of jutsu is dependent upon strength of user affinity with fire. Used in conjunction with the jutsu, Doryu Taiga, and Doryuden, user can execute a high-level Kaden fire release while trapping or unbalancing his opponents. Those sound promising. Let's see what else there is. Doryuheki mid-level Doden, earth release, that brings forth a wall of earth for defensive purposes. Warning. Enforcing it with a lot of chakra will strengthen the wall, but it is weak against lightning and wind jutsu. Use against them at own risk. Well, can never go wrong with a defensive jutsu every once in a while. What's this? Going down a ways, the blonde read, Uzumaki. And looking below that was another section that read, Naruto. Taking his blood once again, The boy worked it like a blood seal, and withdrew the scrolls from within it, stashing them away into a sealing kanji inside his sword's saya, scabbard. Setting the scroll aside, and memorizing the hand seals for the jutsu, Naruto spoke to himself, well, let's get to work on these jutsu. Hours later alarms went off in the distance as the security must have been notified of the missing scroll. Getting up from his nap, the blonde rolled up the scroll and put his clothing back on that he had removed for training. As he did so he thought, man, that's one heck of a workout I did. I mastered all of them, thanks to a clone technique. Of all the ironic things to happen to me. Iruka arrived moments later in a panic yelling, Naruto, what in Kami's name are you doing with the scroll? Learning a technique from the scroll so I could graduate like Mizuki-sensei said, I did it, I learned a jutsu from the scroll, and it was really helpful. Catching his implied meaning, Iruka turned as he heard the sound of flying metal and tackled Naruto saying, get down. Missing. The shuriken slammed into a tree and remained there after a second or two more of spinning. Huh, should have aimed lower. Oh well, can't always get it on the first try right. Turning, the two looked up to see Mizuki standing on a tree limb above them. With a faked smile the Chunin said, now, Naruto. Be a good kid and hand me the scroll. No thanks. I'm really not in the mood for dealing with you right now, sensei, so pardon me if I make this quick. Mizuki jumped away as he glanced to see a second Naruto where he had been just a second ago. Clone. Wait, then what's? Glancing down, Mizuki saw that Iruka was standing by the scroll with another Naruto. In his shock, he exclaimed, shadow clones? Landing on another branch, another Naruto spoke from behind him saying, yep, man, you're smart Mizuki-sensei, how do you do it? Grabbing his second shuriken, he cut down the clone nearest him and then threw the projectile through the smokescreen that the clone produced from dispelling. Shine. As the shuriken sped forward, the Naruto by Iruka drew its wakizashi and said, Iruka-sensei, get down. Doing as he was told, the scarred Chunin watched his student held against the chainsaw-like weapon as sparks flew everywhere and he slid back just a little from the force of the blow. After the momentum died down a bit, Naruto righted himself as he swung the weapon to the side saying, Oi, Mizuki-sensei. How well of a fighter are without your oh-so-wonderful tools. Dropping down to the floor, Mizuki landed by his shuriken, and drawing it from the tree he stalked forward saying you think I'm no good as a shinobi? I'll show you how much better I am than you demon brat. Wanna know why everyone in the village hates you? Iruka shouted, no, Mizuki that's forbidden. It's okay Iruka-sensei, I know. Both men paused, what? Naruto stared straight at Mizuki as he said, I know. I'm not an orphan. My father was Minato Namikaze, Yondaime of Konohagakure. He sealed, within me, the nine-tailed fox Kyubi no Yoko. I am hated because of his sacrifice, and I will protect this country in spite of it. Why? Because traitors like you make me sick. Mizuki growled as Naruto sheathed his wakizashi, and placed his hand on his nodashi saying, you wanna know something Mizuki-sensei? There's a reason why I never draw this sword in any normal fight, do know why that is? Why? You damned beast. Simple, because this sword is a Muramasa blade. The silver-haired Chunin visibly flinched, why you're lying. There's no way a demon like you could find such a rare weapon. No one would even sell you such a dark weapon for fear of you going on killing spree. Normally, that would be true. However, you see, I've met Muramasa. I trained under him for 2 whole years in the art of the sword, and in the art of the forge. You see, this is no ordinary Muramasa. No, this is one that I made from the very darkness within my heart. This is the blade that took Muramasa-sensei's life Mizuki. Do you know what they say about a Muramasa and its sheath? Both men said it at the same time, never draw a Muramasa unless blood is to be spilled, and never sheathe a Muramasa without first drawing blood. Exactly. So guess what Mizuki? Holding the blade horizontally before his face, so the blade would cover his eyes, Naruto continued on to say, you're the second person that will have the honor of tasting my blade. Akai Shinkaro, Red Mirage. Suddenly, the entire area was covered in red mist as everything seemed to fade from view. Naruto's voice echoed out from everywhere at once as he spoke, death is the least of your worries Mizuki. I'll tell you a little secret about my Muramasa versus the rest of them. Mizuki frantically looked around as he shouted out, show yourself you damn demon. Iruka stood in complete awe of his student, Naruto. He took down Mizuki with a Genjutsu and Kage Bunshin shadow clones. Both of which were high-ranking techniques if Mizuki couldn't break out of it until after Naruto had pierced him. He's grown immensely, and right under my nose. Shaking his head mind of the thought, the scarred Shunin called the blonde over to him saying, Naruto, come here and close your eyes. I have something for you. When the boy obeyed, he felt a weight being placed on his head, smiling. Iruka said, you can open your eyes now, Naruto. Doing so, the blonde smirked when he felt the metal of a Konoha Hittite on his brow as Iruka spoke to him, I'm so proud of you. You've shown a great level of skill and strategy in the usage of your Genjutsu, Kenjutsu, and Bunshin. I believe that you are more than worthy of the rank of Genin, you deserve it. Smiling, Naruto simply said, Arigato sensei. Just then, Anbu appeared on the scene. One with a Neko cat mask asked, what happened? We heard a scream in this vicinity. Upon recognizing the Anbu, Naruto smirked as he commented, Oi, Hyuga sensei. You're late. I already took care of the traitor and saved the day. However, feel free to take what's left of him, we gotta run. Upon seeing the blonde and the stolen scroll, she stopped them saying, was Mizuki the one responsible for the theft of the scroll? Locking eyes, Naruto and Iruka turned and said, hi. Okay. Then, you to go on and take care of that, we'll clean up for you. Arigato sensei. When they left, one of the Anbu examining the body said, Neko, you may wanna come check this out. Coming over, Hyuga asked, so what's the damage, Tori? Looking up from his position of being crouched next to the corpse, Tori said, not good at all. I mean, there's only a single piercing in the chest cavity as you can see. Yet, the effect it had on him is so much more excruciating. Looking harder, she asked, what do you mean? Yeah, he looks a little rough, but... No, look, there's no blood outside of the wound. No chakra residue, no nothing, just a corpse with empty eyes. As if his soul was taken. Turning, the two looked over at the other member of the Anbu present. What are you saying? That a 12-year-old boy with a daisho, 2-sword set, stole the soul of a traitorous shinobi? If the shoe fits. Thinking on it, Hyuga entertained the thought, well, that sword of his is a Muramasa. Who knows what kind of abilities it has? Then again, it's Naruto's Muramasa, seeing as he made it. He never does talk about how he made that sword, nor does he talk about what happened to Muramasa the day he died. That sword may just have the power to do so. This is way out of my pay grade. I'll deal with that personally at a later date. Right now, we gotta get this body to the morgue. Hi. With Naruto and Iruka, the two had been walking together for a while, when Iruka decided to ask a question. Naruto? Hi sensei. Did you mean that? Back when you said that your sword was a... Hi. This is a Muramasa style Nodashi. I made it, but it has all the strengths of a true Muramasa. Master told before he passed that I actually created a weapon on par with the great demon blades of his own making. Iruka nodded saying, I could believe that. It's not every day you see a sword take someone's soul. However, I need to ask, did you actually kill your sensei? With a mournful look, the blonde Genin responded, hi. He had taught me all he knew, and tasked me with creating a weapon of Muramasa class. After a year, I was able to do so, and when I was finished he told me to fight him. I didn't want to at first, but when he attacked, my blade and I joined together. That same moment was the moment I took his life, and his soul as well. Shocked, Iruka turned to his student as they walked, so, that's what you meant when you said that? Yes, Muramasa was the first person that my sword has fought and taken. That's how I learned one of its properties. There are others, yet I won't know until I'm in combat. I know Muramasa sensei's style, the Mumyo Jinpu Ryu Satsujin Ken, Sword of the Devilish Wind, and Mumyo Jinpu Ryu Ugi, and all the attacks that come with it. He also taught me how to use ki, killing intent energy, and my samurai sense of awareness of the space between self and opponent. To be honest, that was the hardest fight I've ever had in my life, and sensei was so fast. Anyway, after I defeated him, I earned the mark of Koryu, Yellow Dragon of the Central Void, from his sword, Tenro, Sky Wolf, and placed it inside a location that he instructed of me to. Iruka was just guffawing as a result of the boy's tale. When he recovered enough, he said, "So, Ito. Why do you call Yugao-sensei?" Perking up a little bit, the blonde said, "Because she taught Hinata Kenjutsu, and she helped us learn a bit of Fuinjutsu. I learned the bulk of what I know from Masamune-sensei." Coughing, Iruka said, "Matt, you had both Masamune and Muramasa as your instructors. You could make swords and be rich." "Well, I do. I make weapons and repairs every once in a while, and I take special requests. My rules are, if you get me the materials I need, I'll make the weaponry and only charge you for the actual product. It earns me a bit of income every now and again." The Chunin instructor sat slack-jawed at the information his student gave him. He went about it in such a way that Naruto cheered up and started laughing. When they had both calmed down enough, they went on towards the Hokage's office. Upon entry, Naruto said, "Iruka-sensei, I need a favor from you." Curious, the shinobi said, "Sure, what do you need?" "I need for you to not mention my sword being a Muramasa in your report, or what its properties are. If he found out, he'd have to inform the council, and they have no idea that I even own a sword. If they knew who my teachers were, and what all I knew, I'd end up making weaponry for every shinobi and kunoichi in Konoha. Neither my sensei, nor I can handle that large a task. Understand?" With an understanding nod, Iruka said, "I understand, I'll leave it out. However, you do know that the Hokage will find out eventually." "I know, and I'll deal with it when the time comes. Until then, I appreciate your silence. Welcome." Knocking upon the door, they heard the Hokage's voice say, "Come in." Entering, they brought the scroll with them, Naruto placing on the couch by the door as Iruka stood at attention and presented his report in an oral manner. "Sir, securing the scroll and Naruto's location is ordered." Naruto knew what was going on from the beginning, sir. It started with sabotaging of the boy's test and further convincing of the boy to steal the scroll and turn it over to him. Naruto cooperated only to the extent of gaining the scroll. Having learned the Kage Bunshin, he utilized it in his attack on the Chunin. Furthermore, recognizing his attempt to end both of our lives, Naruto took it upon himself to end the threat out of self-defense of myself and his own lives. "Very well, did he graduate?" "Hi, with full honors, Hokage-sama." "Good, then you are dismissed. Naruto, can you stay for a moment? This won't take long at all." "Hi." Upon Iruka's leaving, Naruto sat down before the old cage saying, "So, what's up, Gigi? I am aware of your use of a Nodashi to dispatch of Mizuki, and I also know that it's a Muramasa." Shock appeared on the blonde's face, but for a second before it was crushed under a mask of stoicism. "He did that so fast I almost didn't catch it. Seems he's picked up quite a bit from the Hyuga clan." "Naruto, as I'm sure you know, normally I'd have to report this to the council." An eyebrow raised as the Genin asked, "Normally?" Smirking, the old man answered, "Yes, however, seeing as this is a shinobi matter, I dictate all the aspects of what knowledge is shared about my shinobi program. So, seeing as this is a military affair, you're off the hook, but, just don't feel like you have to hide things from me. If you tell me I know what to do to handle them, it's when it's a surprise that things go wrong." "Okay." Naruto got a deadly serious look as he said, "So long as you remember that this whole process is a two-way street, Gigi, we're fine. Just keep in mind that those same words apply to you, trying to protect me or not. I'm growing, I can handle things and take care of myself to some degree. You don't have to keep things from me, okay?" With a slightly ashamed look on his face, he remembered his meeting with the goddess and his lineage as he said, "I'll be sure to do so. Now, do you know about the tournament?" "Hi. I was informed by Neko-chan. You and one of the Sannin are taking part in it, I hear?" Smiling, Sarutobi said, "Well, not just that, but there are other, interesting aspects to this tournament. All that I ask is that, you, don't hold back should you fight me or any other person above standard Jonin rank. Trust me on this." "Hi, will do, Gigi. Well, I gotta get going. Jukin training." "Alright. Go on, see you at the end of the week. Hi." With that, Naruto vanished in a flash of flames. Stunned, Hiruzen thought, "Shunshin?" Then with a smile on his lips he said aloud, "Well, the boy is getting good. This is going to be one interesting event." Hyuga compound. Walking towards the estate, Naruto greeted the two shinobi normally blocking the doorway. "Hey guys, I'm back." Smiling, the two replied, "Finally, we were getting worried about little Naruto. Didn't know if you were gonna show up when we saw Lord Hiashi and Hinata come in without you." Giving a foxy grin, come on guys. You think I'd purposely leave here and not come back to see my favorite two guards? You've obviously hit your heads on something. Yeah, well, thanks. You, however, may want to get in there. Those two should be headed to the courtyard right about now." Walking past, he said, "Thanks guys. See in couple of hours." Entering into the manor, the blonde went straight to his training area. As he reached it, Hinata and Hiashi were reaching it at the same time. Smiling at the two, the newly made Genin said, "Told you I'd get done with everything in time for training." Smiling, Hinata said, "I'm glad all went well with your plan. You don't seem injured." "Course not, he wasn't all that difficult of a challenge." Hiashi frowned as he asked, "So, what exactly did he do?" "He tried to use me to get the forbidden scroll of secrets out from the Hokage building and then kill me off in the forest." Both looked at the blonde with wide eyes as they exclaimed in unison, "Nani?" Smiling with a hand behind his head, he replied, "Come on, it wasn't that bad. I had worse growing up, besides Iruka-sensei was there to back me up should it have gone awry." Sighing, Hiashi said, "So, there was someone there to help. Good." Hinata relaxed as well, though she looked a bit angry. As Naruto got beside her to begin their forms, she hit him in the arm relatively hard. "Itai. Nani? That was for doing something so reckless and not including me. You could have been seriously injured." "There was a chance of that, but I didn't want you or the other Hyugas involved. There would have been trouble had you gotten injured." "Exactly, that is why she wouldn't have been able to go even if she wanted to." Both looked at Hiashi as they began their exercises. However, that was short-lived as he spoke aloud, "You know what? Stop. We're going to do something different today. In light of recent events, you two are going to do a bit of sparring. This will help integrate what you're learning into your fighting instinct, and allow you to fix whatever is wrong in your form. If not, you'll do it all night until I like what I see, understood?" "Hi. All right then, let's begin." Squaring off, both entered into traditional Jiyuken posture. They placed their dominant leg in front with even spacing as if in a horse stance. Their dominant hand was also in front, facing palm out. Their other arm was bent at their waist, palm up. Charging forward, the two clashed with a solid palm thrust. This was followed by a second clash of palms as the follow-through met up, but after that it changed, as Naruto ducked and stepped forward. Getting inside of Hinata's guard, the brunette jumped to the left as the blonde struck out with a left-handed palm strike, but Naruto jumped backwards to avoid the double palm Hinata sent for his ribcage. She quickly followed up with a right palm thrust, only to have it blocked skyward by Naruto's left arm and attack with a thrust of his own. Hinata leaned into the attack and dodged a little, making it miss just an inch above her shoulder. She again rapidly followed suit, striking out with a rising shot to the ribs with her remaining left hand. Sensing the blow, Naruto pivoted his right leg around to evade the hit while leaving Hinata's back and head open for attack. Caught off guard, the girl used her momentum to swing into a handstand with a reverse axe kick. Kuso. Naruto leaning back just enough to barely miss the swing. He jumped back a bit and fell into a stance. As he did so, Hiashi's eyes widened. "That can't be. He doesn't know that technique. There's no way he could pull that off without having the Byakugan. He wouldn't know if he's hitting the right spots. Where did he even learn that from?" As Hinata rose from her attack, she found herself paralyzed and a green seal on the ground. Looking up at Naruto's stance, her eyes also widened as she thought, "He's not serious, is he? Then, I guess I'll have to pull that out as well." Naruto came in to attack, calling, "Hake Sanjuni Sho. 8 trigrams 32 palms." Just as he closed in and dropped the seal to attack, he called as he connected blows, 2.4, Arg. Hakusho Kaden, 8 trigrams heavenly spin. Turning, Hinata used the fourth hit to start her revolution into an aerial Kaden that knocked the blonde back away as she landed in a crouch and catching her breath as she held her right shoulder. "That's enough." Relaxing, the pair smiled at each other as they approached their instructor. Looking at them both, he said, "I don't know what brought that about, but keep it for this week's tournament." Also, since when have you two been able to utilize main house techniques? Naruto answered first saying, we've been practicing at my place for a while, and we got it about a week after saw them performed. Hinata added, it took us the rest of the week after seeing it to fully master it and integrate it into our styles of fighting. Hiyashi nodded as he fought to keep his typical stoic look, but on the inside he was ecstatic. That's a new record. How in the world did these two master these stances, and who showed them how to do them? Did they know any more? Naruto asked, Lord Hiyashi, is it possible for us to go to my compound and practice? This week is gonna fly by fast and I think that we should be prepared. Accepting the boy's request, he nodded an affirmative. As the two left, he thought, I'm interested to see what else those two have up their sleeves. Maybe this tournament wasn't such a bad idea after all, Lord Hokage. I may just join up myself to see what those two can do. How far have you come exactly, Naruto? Hinata? As Naruto and Hinata walked to the Namikaze compound, the blonde said, Hinata-chan. Just what has Hyuga-sensei taught you? Looking curious, Hinata answered, and where is this coming from Naru-kun? Glancing at his partner, he said, Iruka-sensei had asked me on the way to the Hokage's office, and I couldn't do more than give him a couple of things we picked up. Smirking, she replied, well, when you spill some of your secrets, Blondie, I'll be more than happy to give you a definitive answer. Jaw dropped, the boy yelled, Oi, really? Quoting that duck-ass Uchiha isn't going to get you anywhere with me, remember that? In response the girl simply giggled as she skipped ahead, forcing the boy to pick up his pace to keep up. Closing in on the gate, Naruto said, you know what? I've got a bit of a wager for you. Raising an eyebrow, Hinata responded, I'm listening. This'll be a mock fight between us. No summons, no Hogosha Vaza, guardian skill, and no using of our most powerful jutsu, right? Hi. This place may be filled with repair and barrier seals, but those wouldn't be able to stand the strain our jutsu would put on them. I understand. Good, now put your hand in lock, I've got it set up to acknowledge you for entry anytime into this place. Walking towards the door, she turned around looking a bit nervous, you mean this dragon's head? Feigning annoyance, the blonde said, hi, now hurry up. Alright, placing her hand on the tongue, the dragon's eyes glowed with a bluish light before speaking, you are found worthy, enter. Creaking a bit, the large wooden doors opened and allowed the two to enter the premise. Walking ahead of the young Hyuga, Naruto said, welcome to the Namikaze compound. You can come by any time, especially for training, so, let me show you to the training arena. Simply nodding, the brunette followed in blind awe of the beauty of the place. Sakura trees were in full bloom, and lined the cobblestone walkways on both sides. The genin led his friend down a path towards an area that possessed a stage or platform of some kind with 4 statues at its corners. Each statue was in samurai attire, and each was in a differing position. Though the similarity between them was the tiger seal that each held. Walking up the stairs, the blonde said, this, my dear Hinata, is where we'll spar for the rest of the week. So you know, the statues have Haya Akatsu Fuin, sin-devouring ocean goddess seals, in them that drain raw chakra. This means that as we fight, we'll lose chakra at an increased rate, improving our reserves and forcing us to maximize our molding to the least amount possible to make it work, helping with our conservation of chakra. They also hold elemental chakra that's wasted, but don't worry, you'll be able to use it from them as you go on. Hinata was stunned as the boy continued, thinking, this is absolutely crazy. What kind of a stage is this? Finishing, the Namikaze said, now, as for rules. You can release your physical seals, and use one ability from your necklace. Oh, and if you draw your blade, that's what we'll be working on for tonight. That'll be it. Let's work on Kenjutsu and Taijutsu for now, we'll cover the rest later. Smiling, the Hyuga heiress placed her hand in a half-ram seal as she called, Ohoyama Fuin, Kai. Mountain God Seal. Release. There was a yellowish-green glow that covered her body as chains before fading away, the chains seemingly undoing themselves back towards the girl's left breast. Breathing lightly, the seal was visible through her outfit for a second as she spoke, it feels good to take that off every once in a while. So, any more quirks about this stage one should know? Smirking, the boy said, unfortunately, This thing also has an automatic pressure seal with a Shishi engine, 4 violet flames battle encampment, jutsu. Meaning. Kicking a pebble at the gap in between two statues, their eyes turned violet as a wall of flames appeared and incinerated the pebble. As it did so, Hinata jumped, and Naruto went on, "We can't be touching the walls either. My parents were insane geniuses." Sweat dropping and letting out a nervous giggle, the girl muttered to herself, "You could say that again." Walking to the other side of the girl, the genin went through hand signs before calling, "Yofuian, Shikai, Yang Seal, initial release." Blinking, the blue-haired genin asked, "Now, let me guess, you got that trick from Masamune." "Hi, it's like the 8 gates, except I don't suffer the repercussions because it's bringing me to my actual level of strength. So long as I don't go from Shikai to Bankai, final release, I'm okay." A soft blue glow emanated from him as his seal was released, and stretching, the blonde said, "You ready?" "Hi, whenever you are. All right then, Hajime, begin." A white aura shone throughout the stage as seals appeared on the floor and covering the statues as the two charged at one another. Hinata, feeling the effects of the seal, flinched slightly as her body got accustomed. Naruto, on the other hand, came in a low crouch and smirked when his partner looked at him with wide eyes. Attacking, the blonde struck her on the chin with an uppercut as he spoke. "Come now. You didn't think it was gonna be easy, did you?" Following the first blow, the blonde twisted into an aerial reverse roundhouse kick that spun the girl as she was in the air. The Hyuga heiress automatically reacted with a horizontal Kaden that knocked the blonde away and back onto the ground, landing on the stage herself a moment later in a crouch. With a smile on her face, and sadistic look that took on a very warm-hearted, open-eyed smile, she replied while standing. "Actually, for a second there, I did." While going through hand signs, she continued, "However, now that I know you're serious about this. Let's go." Tsuki Omori Fuin. Kai. Moon Weight Seal. Release. A soft gray glow emanated from her frame as she released her second seal. Her hair waving about as if being blown by an invisible breeze, and when it fell back into its regular appearance, the glow faded and she seemingly vanished from her spot. "Nani? What?" Crack. The Namikaze's head was ripped to the side as a strike turned him. Chuckling, the blonde spoke aloud, "Yo Fuin. Dai Nikai. Yang Seal. Second release." Another blue aura poured off of him as the seal's effect diminished, and as it did the blue net appeared behind him with a flying side kick aimed for his head. Leaning back, the move was dodged as the boy went into a back handspring kick that connected and knocked his opponent away as he used the momentum of the hit to fling himself up into a standing position. Hinata landed in a standing slide as she turned around once before stopping. As she recovered, she thought, "Okay, that's 2 seals each. Either he's toying with me, or the seals we're using are the same in strength. Now, how am I going to beat him?" "Hinata, you shouldn't be wasting time thinking, dear." Coming from her thoughts, the girl jumped back with an "eep." As Naruto was directly face to face with her. Smiling, the blonde said, "I thought so. Look, don't fight me so with your head. Come at me with your own instinct. It'll help you later should you end up groggy or drugged and can't exactly focus fully for some reason. Relax, and let your body move of its own accord, that way you can think as you move." Nodding, and still a bit red in the face, she answered, "Hi. Will do, but the next time you get in my face like that, you may get hit, on accident." Hi, come on. Fine, take this." Covering her hands with water, Hinata began to move, Naruto following suit with flame-covered hands. Charging, the two went in a fairly more aggressive fight as their attacks were using their elements in a fluid and instinctual manner. The Hyuga princess cut left as her opponent went right, lashing out with an elemental palm thrust at each other. Yet their reversing into a spinning hook kick unleashed whips of both flame and water that was ducked under by their own attempts to connect a blow. They continued on until Hinata changed up and went for a front flip axe kick with a stream of water following, but the boy sidestepped and went for a double roundhouse. The first catching her leg, forcing Hinata down, and the second catching her forearm as she was blocking. The power of the hit caused her to flip sideways along with causing a cloud of steam, and using that, she shot out into a one-handed cartwheel kick. The unseen attack knocking the genin into the air as his partner called out. Sweden. Yumiyagama. Water release. Sea scythe. Glancing down, Naruto saw Hinata gather water in her palm from out of thin air and then throw it in a sidearm style. The water seemingly exploded into a flurry of crescent-shaped blades as they flew directly at him. His mind raced. Kuso. Damn, she's gonna kill me with that. As he flipped through several signs, Tori Usagi Inu Ohitsuji Tatsu Tori. A.N. Bird Hair Dog Ram Dragon Bird. Futon. Kazikiri Bakuden no Jutsu. Wind Release. Wind Cutter Bomb Technique. Gathering wind within his own palm, Naruto created a sphere of whirlwind pressure air and threw it forward. When it left his hand, it exploded into dozens of wind waves that cut through the water crescents and went on to attack Hinata. Shay. Damn. Rapidly making hand signs, the girl called out again, saying, Kaden. Kawanheki no Jutsu. Flame Release. Red Flame Burst Technique. Clapping and opening her hands over her chest, the girl gathered a ball of flame in between them, and when it was complete she thrust it forward. A.N. In a DBZ Kamehameha fashion. The result was a giant torrent of red fire that shot out, and when it hit the wind waves it immediately grew in size, speed, and color. The flame increased its power to a searing blue-white aura that seemingly burned the sky all the way to Naruto. Said Uzumaki was smiling as the attack closed in, and when it hit, the boy laughed aloud, his opponent frowning upon realizing her mistake. Fire user plus fire jutsu equals countered attack and wasted chakra. Stupid move. Ya no, Hinata Heim. I think this was a mistake that you might just regret making. Glaring at the flaming ball that descended before, she muttered, no more than I already do now. Well, I believe this is yours. Herrig. Gathering the flame around himself into a stream, the Namikaze twisted it around as he moved, finishing only to launch it towards the blue net. A.N. Think firebending. Thinking quickly, Hinata created a dome of water to guard against the attack. Within the ensuing mist created from the combined elements, Hinata called out, aim. Rain. Slowly, a drizzle formed out of nowhere, and dissipated the mist. Ironically, more came as a result of the water hitting the seal walls, leaving the two totally blind. Naruto simply closed his eyes as he said aloud, good work Hinata, this was really good thinking on your part. Now, Kenjutsu. Uma Tora Ino Usagi Onizumi Inu Usagi Tora Onizumi Ino Inu Habi. A.N. Horse Tiger Boar Hare Rat Dog Hare Tiger Rat Boar Dog Snake. Byakugan Evil Eye. Drawing her wakizashi, the girl charged forward at the immense amount of she had come to recognize as Naruto. Jumping, she brought her blade down on the blonde, silently praying that he had some way of seeing in the fog. Cling. She breathed a bit when she felt his blade against hers, thankful that the boy was as smart as she hoped. However, sensing this, the boy spoke. Based on that breathe, you thought I couldn't see you. Didn't you Hinata? Hi. Don't ever underestimate your opponent, they may have skills that you know absolutely nothing about, so, as a precaution, treat every opponent as such. Understood. Hi, Yash. Good. Here we go. Pushing the female genin away, Naruto vanished before she could hit the ground. Quickly turning, she blocked a slash meant for her abdomen, another aimed at her back, 2 thrusts for her face, and a series of rapid swings targeting different vital spots. Appearing behind her a distance away, the young Hyuga sped over to where he was standing and went for attack of her own. She hacked, cut, slashed, and moved all around him, looking for an opening and simultaneously trying to create one. To her dismay and curiosity, nothing she tried worked. It's like he has the Byakugan as well. How are you doing that? Doing what? Avoiding everything I'm doing to hit you. I haven't hit you yet. It's called It's a technique that my sensei Muramasa taught me. It allows me to sense anything within the range of my field of perception. So, really, I don't need my eyes to see. Well, you definitely have to teach me to do that. I guess, but I haven't hit you either, so your eyes work just as well. Besides, looks like Yugao-sensei taught you quite a bit during your time together. That she did, but you got a lot more training than I did, and from better instructors. No instructor is better than another, it's all dependent upon how and what they teach you. Then, what you learn from their style of teaching and whether or not it was compatible to us. We both got an extraordinary amount from our sensei's lessons for only knowing them 2 years, and I'd say we're both rather skilled. Right. The two began clashing again, hitting one another with combos and tricks that they'd picked up from their sensei's teachings. Neither of them landed a blow, and Hinata, truly wanting a hit, she attacked Naruto with a spinning low kick, but when Naruto jumped to dodge, she followed it with a forward thrust while leaning backwards. Nani. The blonde tilted his head to the left a bit and held up the flat of his blade so as to avoid a serious injury, but he grunted when her sword bit into his shoulder. That was totally outside of the box. Where'd she get that from? As he landed, the blue-haired Genin stood and twisted around as she swung, calling out, Mizuki, Water Fang. A crescent wave of water flew towards the blonde as he landed, and sensing it coming, he brought his sword up to block it. As it hit, he slid back a little ways more, surprised that it had as much power behind it as it did. After holding it off for a second and it hadn't faded, he leaned back, and allowed it to pass over him and fly into the wall of flames in a spray of steam. That was quite a move. Arigato. Welcome. Hiden. Chirensa Sauti, hidden release. Earth chain binding. Suddenly, metal chains shot from beneath Hinata's feet and wrapped her legs, arms, and neck as Naruto swung his blade in an upward and downward motion saying, Kenten. Daiwaru Engetsu. Blade release. Dual scathing moon. A ring of energy came off the sword as the attack flew vertically to a pinned Hinata. Inhaling and exhaling deeply, she formed a wall of ice in front of her from the rain and used a substitution with a Sakura petal to avoid the flying attack as it sliced through the ice wall and everything behind. Leaving a shocked girl to watch as the attack went on and even cut through the barrier before dissipating a little ways further. You could have killed me with that technique. What's wrong with you? There's a reason, Hinata, and it's meant to kill. You're a kunoichi and you knew how to escape that. Be glad I gave you time to do so. Nani, I slowed that jutsu down for you to get out. Also, there's another Hiden that I'd normally use to prevent escape completely as well as potentially kill you before the second attack comes. However, this is training still, so I leave those kinds of things out. Are you still holding back on me? I.e., no. Nodding, she sheathed her wakizashi before pulling out her Masamune. Good, because neither am I. Makatsuki no Mai, Dance of the Crescent Moon. Summoning 3 clones, all 4 of them began to move in elegant dance patterns that produced afterimages. Closing his eyes, Naruto put away his sword as well and dropped into a stance. His right leg slid slightly behind him as his right hand was palm down across his chest, and his left hand was placed on his muramasa with his thumb on the base of the Tsuba hilt. As Hinata and her clones closed in, the blonde smirked, as he flicked his thumb. Schling, poof, 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 clang. Hinata stared in shock as the two deadlocked and her clones popped out of existence. She was awestruck as she saw the blonde's chakra turning a golden color before he opened his eyes and looked at her. Her heart stopped temporarily and she felt unbridled fear as her mind could only process one statement, those eyes. As Naruto gazed at the girl facing him, his smirk never left his face as he said, now you know the one thing I told you I hoped you never knew. This is why you named your sword Setsunin Oblivion. Hi. Pushing the girl backwards, the blonde came forward in a blur of speed and kicked her in the stomach before she could land. He followed that with an elbow to the back that sent her straight into the stage. Getting up groggily, the girl stood in a defensive stance as the blonde observed her in cold, predatory manner. Come now, you haven't bonded your sword yet. Such a shame. If I were you, I'd fight with the intent to kill me. Otherwise, you may get hurt. Charging forward, the boy attacked with a series of slashes and quick cuts that placed the blue-haired Hyuga entirely on defense. She put up a little fight, attacking when he went to fall back, but the blonde simply dodged or parried to place her back on the protective the while. The girl's mind raced, what's with him? I can't get a single hit on him at all. What's worse is that he's toying with me. Why am I so afraid? Angered, the heiress charged the blonde with a horizontal slash that turned into a mule kick followed by a front flip into a reverse axe kick and vertical slice, all of which missed when the blonde sidestepped it and lashed out with a side kick that knocked her back and off her feet. His face contorting into a vicious expression, Naruto yelled. Pathetic. If we were on the field you'd be dead right now, and there'd be nothing I could do to save you. There's nothing but fear reflected in your blade. When you dodge, you're afraid to get cut. When you attack, you're afraid of killing someone. Even when you're trying to protect yourself, you're afraid of getting killed. Your sword speaks to me only of absurd fear, yet it isn't necessary in a fight as nothing good is born of that. Strength comes not from fear, but from its absence in the face of resolve. When you dodge, they won't cut me. When you block, they won't kill me. When you attack, I will kill them. Your will must be certain, your desire to kill present and strong. Well, can't you see the resolve to kill you in my sword? Asterisk elsewhere in the universe. Achoo. Oi. Watch where you're sneezin' hat and clogs. Gomen, I think someone's talking about me. Back in the Naruverse. Nodding, Hinata placed her left hand against the edge of her katana, and hissed as she cut it. Then, wiping blood across the seals on the flat of her blade, it glowed in a silvery white hue as Hinata's eyes gained an azure color to them before fading away moments later. Exhaling and breathing deep suddenly, she fell to the ground, unconscious. The blonde, cutting his hand on the blood groove of his blade, let his blood flow down the blade before sheathing his sword and reactivating all their seals. As he walked forward, he spoke aloud as he went to pick up the Hyuga, saying, I'm glad you understand. By the time you wake up, you'll have all the knowledge of Gyusei, Morning Star, and know all that you need to know about our blades. You did an amazing job, sweet dreams, Hinata-hun. Now, let's get you back home, Kai. Slowly, the rain dissipated, and all the seals in place were dissolved as the blonde carried the girl off the stage and headed towards the Hyuga estate. As he traveled he thought aloud as he looked at the moon above, I wonder what will happen in these next few days. Either way, it's bound to be interesting. Hokage's office. As the Hokage was finishing up his work for the day, he was alerted to the presence of someone near him. Come in. Obeying, a shinobi in a standard Chunin outfit came in and said, Lord Hokage, I have news from Master Jiraiya regarding the tournament. Go on. Hi. He says that there will be one other of the Sannin coming to take part in this event. They should be here by the end of the week. Smiling, the shinobi no Kami, god of ninja, said, Good. You are dismissed. Upon the Chunin's departure, the old man thought to himself, well now. This is certainly going to turn things up a notch. 2 of my old students returning to Konoha. This will truly be an interesting weekend, that's for sure. Village gates. As the moon was blocked away behind some clouds, 3 figures approached the village gates. All 3 had on shrouds and hoods, so as to keep all but their lips invisible. As they came close, the guards called out, Halt! State your name, purpose, and show your paperwork. Continuing on, the figures said nothing, and as the guards called out again they still received no reply. Just as they were tensing to attack, the moon revealed itself again, and a soft breeze blew through the area. The tallest figure's hood blew off, and took their honey blonde hair sideways in the breeze. As she spoke the guards froze. I see nothing's changed at all over the years since I've been gone. That said, the 3 kept on their way into Konoha with the 2 shinobi speechless. Hinata awoke in complete darkness. The world was black as night all around her, and there wasn't sound of any kind present. What is this? Where am I, and why do I always end up in situations like this? You are in the realm of Tensakai de Umi, heavenly boundary made with the sea. When that was said, the world seemed to explode with the sound of shattering glass. As she watched, the darkness was swallowed by light and the young Hyuga found herself surrounded by an infinitely blue sky and sea. I am the keeper of this realm. To you, I am known as Gyusei. It's a pleasure to meet you in person, master. A person seemingly ascended from the surface of the water with a slight ripple surrounding them. Coming to a stop, the heiress looked at her sword in wonder. Beautiful. Arigato, master. Gyusei stood at 5 feet 7 inches with neon green hair, ruby red eyes, and a delicate face and figure. She wore a simple violet yukata at knee length and wore her hair in an elegant top-knot fashion with a silver star pin in her hair on the right side. How did I end up here? Was it? Before she could finish, her mind brought forth images of her fight with Naruto and her bonding with her blade. Then, it also replayed the message that the blonde left to her. Flashback. I'm glad you understand. By the time you wake up, you'll have all the knowledge of Gyusei, Morning Star, and know all that you need to know about our blades. You did an amazing job. Sweet dreams, Hinata Heim. End flashback. Closing her eyes, the brunette said, so, this was what happened to him. Hi, Naruto-sama went through this ordeal right after he killed Muramasa, his instructor. Snapping her eyes open, Hinata gasped out, "Nani? How do you know such a thing?" Expressionless, the woman spoke, "I am made from Naruto-sama's soul. Therefore, I know all of the things he likes and despises about himself. My goal was to instruct you on what you were supposed to learn about me and the Muramasa Setsunin. Do you have question before I begin?" "Hi, Naruto-kun told me that his blade has the ability to take souls, is that true?" "Hi, it is." The Hyuga heiress stood in shock as Gyusei went on to say, "There are specific characteristics about the swords that you must understand. Ojo-sama, Princess Muramasa and Masamune both, are created using aspects of the creator's own soul. Muramasa being the physical manifestation of darkness within the wielder's heart, whereas Masamune are from the good within someone. The abilities granted to each sword is dependent upon the personalities of the smith and the weapon's master. For instance, if one were to forge a Muramasa with rage in their heart or soul, the weapon's skills would manifest from that emotion. So, are you saying that Naruto has to feel that emotion to activate his sword's abilities?" Gyusei shook her head as she replied, "No, I am merely stating that his heart or soul has to be able to accept such emotions in order for him to have access to them. What makes Naruto-sama different from Muramasa-sama is his ability to use his whole heart and or soul when forging. Muramasa-sama couldn't do so with more than his own sword because each of his swords took a piece of his soul with them, so as to enable strengthening through bonding with the blade's ray ghost. Now, Naruto-sama's forging was on par with Masamune-sama in using his soul, yet it didn't cost him a part of himself because he decided to use chakra instead of ki. Chakra makes weapons able to adapt to almost any user based upon strength of heart, will, and chakra. They need to be at a certain level, or meet certain criteria before being able to utilize us properly without the threat of being taken over by the power of the sword." Hinata blinked as she digested the information, her mind processing like lightning as she asked, "Tell me, what are the properties of both yourself and Setsunin?" In a cross between a smirk and a frown, Gyusei answered, "The Muramasa Setsunin possesses the traits of hatred, rage, sorrow, jealousy, revenge, and solitude. Its traits may grow in number or strength depending on its user. As for me, I carry love, valor, faith, justice, compassion, and solace. Like Setsunin, my individual traits may change or grow depending upon you or whoever else wields me." "I understand. Can you tell me what abilities Naruto and I can use at this time?" Gyusei was silent for a moment before nodding slowly as she spoke. "Naruto-sama had only learned jealousy and rage since my forging. Those two traits enable the ability to take souls and distribute all their knowledge to himself. It also magnifies his bloodlust and killing intent to extreme levels, along with his speed, strength, and power. You, on the other hand, know of valor, which enhances your speed, strength, power, and grants you a limited control over your own aerial maneuverability called jumping. As you train or fight, you'll gain the rest of your abilities." "Arigato, Gyusei. Welcome, Ojo-sama." Turning away from the woman, she said, "I'll have to remember all of this for when I wake up." The ghostly female said, "No, you won't. I will establish a mental rapport between us whenever you are ready to leave." "Rapport? Hi. A mental connection through which we can talk using telepathy. I can aid you in anything that you would need and offer you advice whenever necessary." "Okay then, let's get started on it right away. That sounds really useful. What do I have to do?" Walking forward, Gyusei cupped Hinata's face with her hand gently as she said softly, "Nothing more than relax." Hinata blushed a furious shade of red as Gyusei closed into a lip lock with her. Her mind was in overload as she was too shocked to move. And just as quickly as it had come, it was over and left the poor girl breathing heavily as Gyusei said with a small smile, "Rapport complete. You may leave now, Hinata Ojo-sama. All that I say is, come back and visit me sometime." Hi. With that, the white-eyed Genin vanished in a swirl of water as Gyusei's face fell into a serious expression. She's strong, but she will have to reach a higher level than where she is if she wishes to be equal to Naruto-sama. Elsewhere, Amano Iwado, Heavenly Rock Cave. "Naruto-kun, what's on your mind?" The blonde was kneeling before the goddess as he spoke. "I have a question, are there any more like Hinata and I?" Her face furrowed as she asked, "Why? What's happened?" The Uzumaki replied, I felt earlier this evening a powerful presence entering the village before it suddenly vanished. It felt a lot like my own aura, except with a subtle difference. I don't know how to explain it. Don't worry, I understand. To answer your question, hi, there are others like you too in the world. I just wanted you to be a bit stronger before I had you find out about them. Noticing her face, the Genin asked, why? What's wrong with the level that I'm at? I've learned my katas, I've mastered all the flames, and even perfected my Hogoshiwaza, guardian technique, so if you're saying that these things aren't good enough, then just how strong do I need to be? Pinching the base of her nose, Amaterasu sighed and said, you still need to master the Magatama, your own Muramasa skills, and raw chakra manipulation. I have other things that I wish to give to you, but we're running out of time for me to be able to teach you them in their entirety. Go back, tell Sarutobi that you're going to be with me training for the rest of the week. Hi. The boy faded from view in a blaze, and when he was gone, the Crimson Goddess turned to the shadows and said, you know, I don't appreciate people entering my domain without permission, even if they are family. I apologize for my error, I wasn't aware that you had company at the time. That's not the point. Tsukiyomi, why are you here? Stepping out from the shadows, a man with snow-white hair, red-orange eyes without pupils, dark blue robes, and a green crescent moon on his forehead spoke in a soft voice. I am merely here to offer you a proposal, if you're interested. I'm listening. My disciple has an interest in the Namikaze boy. Let me use this as a way to kill two birds with one stone. I'll catch the boy up with his training for you, and my pupil gets the training that she needs on an opponent on her level. Thinking it over, the Sun Goddess nodded saying, you have 48 hours to do what you will with him. Do not torture him, and do not go too far. Aniki, brother, I will know if you do, and I will not hesitate to end whatever it is you are doing. Of course, Oni-sama, elder sister, I will do as you ask. I will be off, my pupil will be greatly pleased to know of this news. HNN. Arigato, go on. Tsukiyomi bowed before dissolving into nothing, a small smile on his face. Sighing, Amaterasu thought aloud, this is going to be rather interesting. Naruto-kun's gonna be pissed when he finds out. Hokage's office. Come in. Naruto entered the office as instructed, and the old Kage said, why, Naruto-kun, what brings you to me so late in the evening? Amaterasu. Almost immediately, Sarutobi's face lost all traces of humor as he said, what's going on? The blonde said simply, I'm gonna be gone for the next few days, I'm supposed to be training with her to prepare for this tournament. Hinata's doing the same, but she should come to you later on tomorrow morning. I understand. Go on then, when you come back, I want you ready to fight with all you've got. Hi, I'll be leaving then. A knock came from behind the door, and the old shinobi let them in. As Naruto walked, he came upon three women. One, a busty blonde with doe-brown eyes and a purple diamond on her forehead. The second, a black-haired woman with dark brown eyes and a calm air about her. And the final one was a girl his age with long mahogany-colored hair and pure mother-of-pearl-colored eyes walking with a cane of sorts. As he passed by them, he felt the world slow down around him until he was side by side with the last girl. His mind wandered. Who is? Before he could finish, he felt her aura, and he responded silently. It's you, the one from earlier. She had a small smile on her face, and when she spoke her voice was as soft as a breeze in summer. I finally found you, Namikaze. With Hinata, real world. Hinata awoke in her bed. As she got up she thought, I've got to train, there's no way that I'm strong enough right now. To face Naruto-kun's darkness again, I don't know if I'd be able to win. I must get stronger, I must. With that thought, she proceeded to get her gear and head out towards the training grounds. Naruto. The Genin walked out of the room, and waited for the door to close before he thought, so, that's the one I felt from before. Was she blind? It felt as though she had a mind going around her. Speaking aloud as he headed home in his usual swirl of flames, he sighed out, who's she bonded with? I've got a feeling that I'm gonna be seeing a lot of her. In town, near the training grounds, Sasuke Uchiha was walking alone through the streets as his mind was brooding. With this tournament, I'm gonna be able to get that Dobi back for what he did to me. But, who do I know that can get me stronger? There's got to be a Junin here somewhere who can help me. As the Uchiha walked, he came upon the memorial stone, and saw a lone shinobi standing before it. As he approached, the boy saw silver hair that defied gravity, along with a standard Junin's gear and a face mask on the man. Finding a kunai, the raven-haired Genin threw it as hard as he could, and was shocked as the kunai pinned his target perfectly, until it burst into a log, and he found himself face to face with a Sharingan. The Sharingan. Is this guy an Uchiha? The moonlight shone with fierce intensity as the two stood facing one another. Sasuke, with a look of complete confusion, and the other held a gaze that spelled trouble for the Genin. Speaking, the elder man said, "Look, I don't want to know what your intention was, but to attack a fellow Konoha shinobi is against the law of this land. I can tell you're a Genin, your aim wasn't bad, but it wasn't too fast now was it?" Glowering at the remark, the Uchiha replied rapidly, "Just who are you, and why do you have the Sharingan?" Sighing, the stranger thought, he knows about the Sharingan, so, this is the Uchiha survivor. Things are never easy for me, are they? Placing his Hitai back over his eye, the man answered, "The name's Hatake, Kakashi Hatake. You must be the famous Sasuke Uchiha based on your manners, and as to why I have the Sharingan. That's really none of your business. It is my business. You have the Dujutsu of my clan, and if you aren't blood then it becomes an issue as to how, why, and from who you gained or stole it." The Cyclops was taken aback slightly by the boldness that the black-eyed child addressed him with. The kid's got spunk, I'll give him that. However, sorry, just because you're an Uchiha doesn't mean I owe you anything. Life doesn't work that way. Sasuke watched as Kakashi turned and began to walk away from him. "No. I need to know if nothing else." "Matt, wait." Pausing, the scarecrow faced the boy and said, "You wanted something." Watching with mild interest, the Jonin watched as the Genin bowed and spoke, "Please, I have an ambition that I have to fulfill, and things that I have to do. And getting stronger is something I have to do in order to achieve these things. Even if it's just teaching me some jutsu, I need your assistance. Will you help me?" Blinking, he thought, he's so much like me, for you. Fine, we'll train for the remainder of the week to see what you're capable of accomplishing under pressure, and no, this won't be easy. Closing his eyes, the Uchiha said, "Hi. I will endure whatever is needed." Placing his arms behind his head, he began to walk away. 5 paces later he turned and called, "So, you coming? We can't train you if you're not going to follow me to a practice field." "Hi, Hokage's office. So, Tsunade, Shizune, it's good to see the both of you again." The blonde stated, "Yeah, I'm sure glad to see you too, old man. How's life, and who was that Gaki just a moment ago?" Chuckling, the old Kage said, "Life's treating me as usual, paperwork is still the devil's instrument. That was Naruto, he's one of our most promising genin. I look forward to facing him in the tournament, just to see how far he's come along." Nodding, the Sannin said, "Really? He's that good?" Hi. All eyes turned to the fourth person present in the room, mahogany hair swaying slightly as she tilted her head. "I noticed his aura was rather strong when we entered this room, he's truly skilled indeed." "Who are you, may I ask, little lady?" Tsunade laughed nervously for a bit as she said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to introduce you, this is..." The girl interrupted with a bow saying, "Meikakushi * Kurama, you can call me Mei for short. I'm Tsunade-sensei's apprentice, second to Shizune-senpai of course." Standing, she had a small smile on her face as she continued to say, "It's an honor to meet the legendary Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kami no Shinobi himself. Sensei spoke of you every once in a while when we were on the road." "Will you shut up? Geez, next you'll be telling him about where I've been." Smiling, Shizune said, "If you want, I could tell him." "No you won't." Hi. Laughing, the Hokage said, "Well, glad to see you getting along so well. It's a pleasure to meet you as well, young lady, and it's interesting to know that student does talk about me. We'll have to talk more often." "Of course." Blushing, Tsunade yelled out, "Damn it, no you won't. Either of you." Snickering, giggles, and chuckling was heard for a moment amongst the four as they enjoyed the jest. Sighing, Mei suddenly said, "Well, I've had fun. I'll let you adults have your grown time now. farewell." In a blink she had faded away, as if she had never been there. Gasping, the old shinobi said, "And Nani? She's just." Tsunade said, "Yeah, took us some time getting used to it as well. I don't know all of her skills, but I do know that she's been holding a hell of a lot back." "So, that kid of yours the same as her?" "Yes, him and another by the name of Hinata Hyuga. The two of them are my best genin so far, and I'm really interested to see how well they do in the next few days." "So that's what this tournament was about, you're testing them?" "No, testing everyone. Based on the outcome, we may very well have some new promotions. This gives the opportunity to truly know what my shinobi are capable of. And that will greatly help in deciding who is the best fit for certain missions. The daimyo won't see them until the Chunin exam, but this will truly be one of the best contests to be had within Konoha's walls. If all goes well, I may do this again on an annual basis. We'll see, won't we then? So, who all is taking part?" "Any shinobi that wants to. I've let those out on missions continue them, and those that don't wish to be a part aren't pressured into it. I expect a large crowd will be watching this unfold, and some opinions will be changed or at least reassessed. Now, why did you bring that girl with you? I didn't think you'd have an apprentice outside of Shizune." "With Naruto." As the boy got to his front door, there was a letter on the front of it. Opening the mail, a slip of paper fell out, and picking it up the boy read, "Hello there. You were asked to come to the academy for a get-together, of sorts. You will not be the only one, and there is much that you need to learn." "That's weird, but whatever, it's probably that girl again. Let's find out what she wants." With Hinata having gotten to training field 7, the Hyuga princess found a letter awaiting her on the ground. "What's this?" Ino and Sakura. As the two girls sat before a window at Ino's house, the girl's mother called up saying, "Ino, Sakura, you two have letters down here addressed for you." "Huh, letters, for us." Shikamaru and Choji. The boys sat quietly as they were playing a game of shogi. Deep in thought, neither of them saw Shika's mother come in with HTHE letter until she spoke. "You two, you've got mail here from an unknown address." "Wait a sec, mail for us? Who'd even know where to find us?" "Don't know. I just found this outside with your names when I went to clean the porch." "Huh, this is so Mendoku's troublesome." "I agree." Hiba, as the boy played with his dog, soon came over to him saying, "Oi, you got mail." "Nani, who the heck's sending me crap at this time of night? Maybe it's Hinata sending me an I love you letter." "Arf." Hiba looked down as his partner sniffed the envelope and shook its head. "Shut up, you don't have to be such a dream killer." Shino, as the boy sat near a glass structure with nests inside of it, he turned as he heard his mother enter. "Hello Ka-sama." "Hello, Shino, you have a message here for you." Ing an eyebrow he repeated, "For me. _academy_." Naruto entered the academy, and came to stand against one of the pillars in the gym area. Think of where Lee whooped Sasuke. As he stood waiting, he sensed two others entering into the vicinity, and when they did he said aloud, "So, what are you two doing here?" "I was expecting to meet somebody." A girl with brunette hair rolled into buns on the side of her head, and a boy with black hair in the form of a bowl cut stepped forward saying, "We were sent a letter here explaining such an incident as well." The girl replied, "Seems somebody wants to have a little chat with us here." "So, who are you?" "Naruto Uzumaki." "You too. I'm Tenten Higasha. This is Rock Lee." Soon after, Hinata walked into the building, and upon seeing Naruto with two others, she called out, "Naruto-kun. What are you doing here with these two?" Looking on, Lee said, "Hey, does she not resemble Neji? Are they related?" Tenten replied, "Yeah, they are. They're from the same clan. How'd she know to come here?" "She got a letter the same as us I assume." Blinking, the young Hyuga answered, "Correct. I got one too." "What's going on?" "We're gonna find out apparently once everyone gathers that was called out here. For now, we wait." 20 minutes later found everyone that had been given a letter in the building, all genins, even Sasuke had gotten a letter. Once they were all present, a light came on over them all and lit up the walkway. Turning and looking ahead, everyone saw a girl with mahogany-colored hair, mother of pearl eyes, a cane, and a cloak said loudly, "Welcome." I'm glad that you all were able to arrive in such a short time. Now, I won't joke around seeing how valuable your time is, but I will tell you the reason why I've called you all here. My name is Mei Kurama, and I am to warn you all of the overwhelming odds against you in this upcoming tournament. Hokage's office. You see, when Shizune and I were traveling, we visited a town that was known for its massage parlors. When we had arrived, that girl was outside, fighting some guy who had tried to grope her in the middle of her massage. Normally, we would have intervened, except the fact was that this girl single-handedly beat the man down, then, beat his friends when they came to help, and turned around and healed them all before getting her cane and walking away. We had never seen a normal girl with that kind of skill, so upon following her for a while, she led us out to a stream and as she bathed called to us. Shizune took over, saying, we were taken aback at the fact that she had even found us when we were over a mile away. No normal person could have possibly done that, so, we sat down and talked with her. When we finished, she had revealed that she was taught by a blind man in the arts of self-defense and healing through massage work. She called the man Zatoichi. The Hokage took all this in stride, nodding. The old man said, I've heard of that man before. He was an elite ronin who was blind and took up the mantle of masseur as a way to make money. He also did it to cover up his vigilante work. He was a lethal swordsman, easily trumping the 7 swordsmen of the mist. To have been trained by that man, she should be more than capable of taking care of herself. So, why is she here? Smirking, the blonde said, the plan was to make her a Konoha shinobi and put her in this little contest of yours. She's been under my wing for a little over 4 years now. I've taught her everything she needs to know from me and of Nindo. Way of the ninja. She will excel in this tournament, and when she does, I want to be there to see just how strong she really is. The elder smiled, as he said softly, so, we're in the same boat you and I. Nope. Smirking, he said, really? Yep. Why's that? With a bright gleam in her eye, Tsunade said, I plan to beat the crap out of both you and that perv as well. With a laugh, the old cage said, well, aren't we being ambitious? Very well, I'll do the paperwork. You give her the equipment. I want to make a wager. Oh? What kind of wager? That Naruto will challenge Mei and win, even though he doesn't know her abilities. Okay. If the man who trained her is as strong as you say, then this should be easy money. Tsunade-sama, we don't know anything about Naruto either. Academy, wait, so you mean to say that we go up against Genin and even the Hokage and Sannin? Yes. They plan to thoroughly test all of you, especially you two. Pointing at Hinata and Naruto, a few people laughed while others stayed silent. Kiba shouted, who the hell would want to know about weak ol' Naruto? He's nobody special. Ah, but he is. He was trained by the great Masamune and Muramasa. Hinata has been working with an Enbu captain for years, and there is just no way that any of you as of right now could beat them. Tenten gasped as Mei spoke, and when Sasuke asked, who the hell are they anyway? Some no-name celebrity trained such a no-name ninja, classic. The brunette said, the hell is wrong with you? Muramasa and Masamune are 2 of the world's greatest warrior smiths. To have one of their swords make you almost unbeatable, the skills that those 2 possess was said to be rival to the strongest cages known to exist as of right now. Silence followed. Naruto held a dangerous gleam in his eyes as he looked at Mei as his mind worked. How the hell does she know about me and Hinata? Just what god was she bonded to? Hinata, we're going. I'm gonna go train. High. In a burst of flame and water, the 2 vanished from sight, leaving the other genin at a loss for words. Sasuke clenched his teeth in rage as he turned and left as well, his action bringing to a quiet close the gathering as everyone left out to go train. Mei smirked as she vanished from the location as well, her mind working. Looks like this contest just got interesting. Time to train. Namikaze Naruto. Naruto, Matt. The boy came to a stop a little ways ahead of Hinata, who was rushing slightly to catch up. Who was that girl? How did she know about us and why did she tell everyone about our teachers? At least she didn't tell them about our other masters. Nodding, the young heiress followed her partner as they went out towards the training grounds. Shopping district Ino, Shikamaru, and Shoji were traveling along together, the evening sky glowing a deep blue with the light of a quarter moon. I can't believe it. Naruto and Hinata. Who'd have thought that those 2 would get such strong teachers?
Picking a few chips out of a bag, the young Akamichi said, "Yeah, I mean, we knew that they were tough shinobi, but to think that they were that far ahead of us.
Kinda makes you think how much harder we've gotta work to catch up. Geez, it's all so mendoku's, troublesome," Shikamaru added.
Well, I for one am not gonna let that Hinata think she's better than me just because she's stronger. Looks like I'm gonna be doing some studying. Bye you two, I suggest you both get serious about learning your clan techniques as well."
The boys said goodbye, with Shikamaru stating how troublesome the situation was. "Well, looks like we better get home and get started, huh? Come on Choji." "Yeah." Academy Tenten, Lee, and Neji stood together just outside the academy grounds talking about the incident. "Neji, that girl from earlier said something about Hinata. Is what she speaks true?" With a snort, the elder Hyuga said, "How would I know? She goes to train with Naruto at the Nam, at another location." Catching the cover up, Tenten said, "Where do they go? You said something about Nam?" "Don't worry about it." Pausing for a minute, Lee turned to Neji and asked, "Wait, is that Hinata girl one of the main branch? Is she the one you have a grudge with?" "That's none of your business, Lee, stay out of it." Tenten then said, "You know what, I think we're gonna have to train separately for now, at least until after this tournament." Muttering agreements followed from the other two, and with that, they all went their separate ways. Kiba and Shino. What the heck? I can't believe that Naruto's the one that Broad wanted to talk about. Pisses me off that I didn't even get to talk to Hinata.
Arf, Rarf, whatever Akamaru, Naruto's still the same gutless twerp that he's always been. I don't care how strong he may seem, it's all for show.
You are mistaken, Kiba. Nani? Naruto is much stronger than you give him credit for being. Much stronger. We are going to have to work hard if we are to be any match for them. Growling low in his throat, Kiba ground out, "Yeah, I hear ya. I gotta get stronger if I'm gonna beat Sasuke, and make Hinata recognize me as a proper mate." Akamaru barked in agreement with the two shinobi, and they continued on to their own homes for training.
Sakura, I don't care what that girl says, no matter how good that annoying blonde gets, there is no way that Naruto is stronger than Sasuke-kun.
Is that what you think? Sakura turned toward the speaker, only to find a person standing on the branch of a tree. Show yourself. My, we just met a while ago, but, very well. Jumping from the limb of the tree, Sakura watched as Mei landed before in a small cloud of dust at her feet. You're the one from earlier, what are you doing here? Smirking slightly, the seemingly blind girl answered, I'm here to tell you that you're weak. What? You're a pathetic kunoichi, and I'm here to say that you are by far the weakest out of all of the genin of Konoha. Even that Ino girl is stronger than you. Sakura shook with rage as the kunoichi continued on to say, mental strength is nothing if cannot show a physical power as support. Take that back, you bitch. Sakura drew a kunai and threw it at the girl, and Mei merely sidestepped it. Yet as Sakura took 3 steps in a charge, she was frozen in place as a blade appeared at her throat. Silly girl, let me show you just what it is you're going up against. Nay, right. Sasuke. Wandering along the road, the Uchiha's mind went rampant as he thought about the past moments. No wonder that loser is so strong, he's been training with a sensei for years. It doesn't matter. Once I activate my Sharingan, I'll be able to defeat him, and then I'll kill him. Training Ground 7. Naruto and Hinata arrived at the grounds just as the clouds covered the moon. How are we doing this? I'd say an all-out spar. You up for it? Hinata turned to see Mei walking towards them, as the light of the moon came back out from its cloudy covering. Without looking, the blonde said, that a challenge. Think of it as more of a training session. I see. Who's your bond with? I am the apostle of Tsukiyomi, god of the moon. Apprentice of Tsunade of the Sannin, and Zatoichi the Ronin Master. I am here to aid your training, Naruto Namikaze. Chuckling to himself, the blonde said, so that was who I sensed when I was with Amaterasu Heim. Very well then, I'll accept your help. Hinata glanced at the pair as the conversation went on, and looking to the Hyuga, Mei said, it's okay if you wish to join us, Hinata Hyuga. I'm only here to help, and I believe that you are in the same predicament as your friend. Shaking her head, the white-eyed girl replied, thank you, however,
I've to go see the Hokage and let him know of my own plans to train elsewhere. I have already arranged to train separately, but good luck to the both of you." When she was finished speaking, she faded in a burst of water, leaving the two alone on the field. "Well, are you ready to begin? How's this work?" Smiling sweetly, the redhead answered, "First, I am going to place you within my Tsukiyomi no Mi. It's a powerful genjutsu that acts as an alternate dimension that I have full control over. I will be using that to train you in all your incomplete aspects, then we will go all out. I'll get to train in maintaining its duration past my current limits while doing other things simultaneously. And that limit would be a span of up to 3 days per second." Nodding, the blonde replied, "Well, that's impressive." Doing a curtsy, the girl answered saying, "Why thank you, Naruto-san. Now, let us begin, shall we?" "Hi." The two ninjas said nothing as they attacked, both coming in low and spinning into a hook kick that caught against the other, yet the duo simultaneously jumped into a secondary kick that also found a twin. Landing in handstands, both flipped away from their counterpart with smiles on their faces.
"You're pretty good. So are you. Now, let's stop playing around, okay?"
"If you wish." Drawing a kunai, Naruto once again charged in, yet Mei simply smirked as she began doing hand seals. "No you don't."
As he closed the distance, the blonde hurled his kunai at the girl while going through his own hand signs. The kunoichi merely sidestepped it, saying, "Come now, this can't be the best you have. I thought you said that we'd stop playing around?"
"You're right." Boom. Eyes widening a bit in understanding, the wine-haired kunoichi jumped to get away, but the force of the explosion knocked her forward towards the incoming shinobi.
Shay. Flipping to stabilize herself, Mei came out in a rolling crouch that had her face to face with the kneecap of her opponent. The blow sent back a ways as the boy finished his seals. Sweden. Mizu Teppo no Jutsu, water release. Water gun technique. Inhaling deeply, the Uzumaki unleashed a stream of high-speed water that was directly aimed at his opposition.
Finishing her own seals, Mei called out, "Doryuheiki." Earth-style wall. A solid stone slab appeared before her just as the water came close, cutting a deep line into the earthen shield.
"Oi, still think we're playing?" Slowly, the girl faded into thin air thinking, let's see if you are. Namikaze. She's quiet. What's she planning? Kinpo. Tenten. Yomi no Jutsu, Forbidden Art. Heavenly Release. Land of Darkness technique. Naruto froze as the world went black. What is this? Kurama's voice came out through the void. This is hell. This jutsu recreates the very nature of its namesake, Yomi. You'll find that no jutsu, nor Kekkei Genkei will save you once here. It is invincible. Nothing man-made is invincible. Ah, but you were listening right. It's a Tenten, heavenly release. Meaning that I didn't make it. I was taught this by Tsukiyomi himself, and when paired with another technique of mine, it truly is unbeatable. Kaden. Keinushaki, fire release. Flamethrower, Naruto blew fire into his hands, lighting them both before inhaling again and emitting an enormous blast of flame upwards toward the sky, and a second burst down against the ground. The result was a small blaze flickering in front of him, however after a moment the flame died out, plunging him once again into darkness. "Come on and fight me, alright, Schling, Arg." The blonde yelled in pain as he felt a blade go across his back. Turning with a roundhouse gave him nothing but more pain as he then felt a cut along ribcage.
"Kuso, I've told you already, Naruto. This technique is invincible, especially when someone like you relies too heavily on one sense. Welcome to my world. I've lived like this since I was 4 years old, alone and in the everlasting void of darkness. What the hell? How am I supposed to get out of this? Heavenly, that's it. I'll fight fire with fire." Closing his eyes, the boy began to relax, focusing on nothing. He could feel the wind as it blew through the forest behind him, he heard the water ahead of him as the stream went rushing on, and he smelled the scent of iron from the wounds he had sustained. He turned slightly at the sound of an incoming object, and suddenly leaned back to avoid it as the blade of a shuriken came soaring by, and almost cutting his eyes and nose.
That's it. Relax, let your body's senses take over. Now, let's try again. Charging ahead, Mei saw Naruto tilt his head slightly at her approach. Good. Let it take hold of you, let it become who you are. Faster than normal, Naruto drew a kunai to defend against whatever it was coming at him, and soon enough he was rewarded with clang of metal hitting metal. Well, this is a surprise. Namikaze. Can you please stop calling me that? It's Uzumaki.
Grabbing out, the boy caught hold of his enemy's wrist, and with surprising speed and agility flipped her over his shoulder and went with her, contorting into an axe kick aimed for the head, but to no avail when he found nothing beneath his blow. As he crouched down, heard Mei speak, impressive. You knew where I was.
Yes, I almost forgot about using Mai, swordsman's field of perception, to spot you. Listening to you, I didn't think to use my technique without my sword. Speaking of which, you cut me twice using a blade, yet you never had one before. So, what are you using? A chuckle escaped the dark redhead as she answered, it's a shikomizu. A cane sword like that of my master. Its skills are quite numerous in my hands. Similar to that Muramasa you made. How good are you with it? Enough so to beat you down a couple of pegs for thinking that my blade is anything similar to yours. Well, then, do try me. Slowly, the blonde placed his right hand on his weapon, thumb on the suka hilt, as he drew it in an underhand grip. The gold aura washed over him as his eyes gained the same color. A cruel smirk creeping onto his features as he said, you know, you are quite possibly one of the best targets I've had the pleasure of fighting so far. I want you to know that when I kill you, I'll erect a decent grave for you as my appreciation. Is that so? So this is the ominous presence I sensed from him. Looks like I'll have to play it safe, otherwise, I'll end up just as he said. Yep. Prepare yourself. In a flash, the blonde was behind the Kurama in an overhead strike, raw.
Diving left, she barely avoided the blazing trail that followed the swing. If a smoking portion of her right sleeve was any indication.
Curling, she went into a one-handed round-off and slid back crouching. That was close. Well, at least I know he's not playing. In the forest as the battle commenced, a certain pinkette was standing in utter disbelief. How is this possible? Naruto. He's amazing. There's no way that he's so strong. In the academy even I was better than he was. Was he holding back on us the entire time?
As she watched she saw Mei start disappearing, and catching the girl's eye, she saw the wink sent by the mahogany-haired Kunoichi.
Shush, she's enjoying this. How could I have, even though of fighting her, she'd totally kick my ass. Yomi. As with Naruto, her entire world fell into shadow, except, she could see the blonde standing still out in the field. What's going, arg? She saw the young shinobi get cut in the back, and then again in the ribs. She's killing him. She got up to run in, but she was held still by a firm hand. Looking over found her in the proximity of Mei. What are you? A hand over her mouth silenced all argument, and whispering the girl replied, just watch. It's going to get real interesting soon. Now, we begin the real fight. But, his eyes are closed. How are you two doing this? What's with this darkness technique? How's he gonna fight? As Mei sent a shuriken towards her target, Sakura watched him evade the weapon, and then go on to block his opponent's attack. Whoa. How'd he do that? She continued to watch as the two talked, and see Naruto slowly release his blade from its sheath.
Bump bum, bump bum, heartbeat okay. Sakura felt her body pulse as the sword was drawn, and as the boy's aura became visible, her vision swam. Images, words, and a black katana with a solid white hilt was the last thing she saw as her consciousness left her.
What is this? I am Tenro. Come to me, my king.
Training field clearing. The two clashed, sparks flying from every blow as they danced around one another. After a moment the two deadlocked, and Naruto smirked, so much for that invincible technique you were talking about. I see that you're ready then. Knock, knock, come in. Hinata Hyuga came in as instructed, to find the Hokage with a honey blonde woman with a large bust, a raven-haired woman, and a pig sitting in the former's lap. Coughing, the young heiress spoke. Excuse me, but I've come to inform you of my training. It will be done elsewhere away from the village and without Neko-sama. Nodding, the old cage said, very well then, Hinata-chan. I'll be sure to let your father know for you. Have you met my guests? The women you see before you are Tsunade and Shizune. They are to be taking part within the tournament as well. Running up to the women with the pig saying with flushed cheeks, Arigato, that would be very much appreciated. It's a pleasure to meet the both of you. I have always wanted to get to meet the great Tsunade Senju of the Sannin. Sweat dropping, the dark-haired Kunoichi said, while I'm quite flattered you think so highly of me. I am not Lady Tsunade.
Turning to the other woman, who held a large pulsing tick mark on her brow, Hinata bowed.
Hey, Gomen, please, I must be on my way, but I look forward to challenging both of you. Sayonara. Then, in a whirl of water, the white-eyed princess was gone. So that's the one you were talking about. Right, old man? Hi, that was Hinata Hyuga, my other Genin. I tell you this tournament is going to be something. Yeah, I can't wait to see her. I'll help her remember which one of us is the Sannin. Lady Tsunade, it was an honest mistake, don't punish her too harshly for that. I'll teach just how big a mistake it was. Just wait for the tournament.
Training grounds once again, Naruto was petrified where he was. With his eyes closed, the blonde Genin felt his world swim and completely flip.
What? The hell? With a cruel smirk present, Mei giggled out, hey, surprising, isn't it? To have your whole state of being tossed the way it is. Give up, this match is over. A snicker found its way to the boy's lips as he growled out, ya know, you're one hell of twisted chick, didn't even see the strategy till now. Excuse me, your main skill in combat is to disrupt your opponent's senses, take his sight and force the other senses to work, take his those away and the rest is history.
Well, you're a smart one, Uzumaki, I'll give you that. What gave it away?
The fact that you gave me time to adapt, when if this were real, you'd have finished me off the first few seconds after my sight was taken. Good, you've learned how to fight without your precious sight. You still haven't figured out what to do about them.
Chuckling to himself, the wine-haired Kunoichi replied, what's so funny? I don't believe this is a laughing matter.
No, it is. You really think something this week is gonna stop me? I'll show you true power Kurama. Setsunin. Kuno anguish. Mei's mind reeled as her body was suddenly flung backwards. What? Feels like being hit with a giant sledgehammer. She could only cough as she made to stand, her body sagging low as she did so. That's when she heard Naruto's voice say. Mumyu Jinpu Ryu Ugi, Suzaku. Lightless divine wind advanced style, Suzaku. Mei jumped left just before a blazing crimson phoenix soared into the spot where she was but a second ago. Glancing to the affected area, she saw that the ground, the trees, and even the air itself seemed to be caught ablaze. He's able to do this much damage with just one attack. I'm impressed.
I'm surprised. I didn't expect you to be able to override the Tsukiyomi no Mei so easily, Naruto.
Hey, I'm not done yet. Era, you can stop now. This fight is over. I concede you the victory for our little training session. TCH. Fine. All that I have to say is that this fight never happened, and no one knows but is present. That goes for whoever is in the bushes over there as well. So, you noticed. Alright, Sakura-chan, you can come out now. Why'd you bring that billboard with you? Aren't there better people who could have seen this? Well, I assume there are. However, she was the one who needed to see this. Sakura, come on.
After another few moments of nothing, the two rushed over to the Pinkette's location, only to find her unconscious.
What happened to her? I don't know. Tenro. Blinking, the Uzumaki thought aloud, no. Nani. That's impossible, she's the heir. Naruto, what are you talking about? Before Muramasa-sensei passed, her told me to hide his sword Tenro away somewhere, and when the true heir revealed themselves, that I was to instruct them in the ways of the Mumyo Jinpu Ryu. I just can't understand how it's this spoiled brat.
Life has a very surprising way of entertaining people. Whatever. Look, you take her home for me. What? Matt, you can't just. It was too late as the girl had already vanished from sight. Aitsume. Damn her. Leaving me here with her. Geez, how? Mendoku's troublesome.
Elsewhere, Shikamaru, how many times have I told you about covering your mouth when you sneeze? Gomen, Ka-sama, how, Mendoku's, training field, hours later. Yawning, the bubblegum Kunoichi sat up thinking aloud, what happened?
It doesn't matter. Turning to the voice, she found Naruto sitting against a tree next to her.
Hey, what are you doing here, weren't you fighting? About that, I don't want you talking about it to anyone. I mean anyone, got me? Fearfully, the girl said, how'd you get so strong? I remember in the academy that you were worse off than I was. I faked it, you saw my Genin exams. Anyway, that's not the point. As to answer your question about how I got strong, you're about to find out. Get up and come on. Huh, you and I are gonna start training for the tournament together, unless you want to stay the weakest Genin and Kunoichi in Konoha.
Her mind reflecting on past events, she prosed, can you help me beat that May girl?
Smirking, the blonde said, if you train hard enough, I'll teach you how to match me. I'll do it. With a brutal spark in his eye, the blonde answered, then let's go. The sun shone brilliantly down upon the backs of ninja and civilian alike as they all filed into the great stadium of Konoha. The sky was halfway full with clouds as they trolled about lazily within their heavenly domain, and even as people found their seats and discussed their picks for the competition, one thing was for certain throughout the entire congregation. This was to be one of the greatest displays of shinobi skill before the upcoming Chunin exam. As the sea of bodies materialized within the watching platforms, the old Hokage stood inside of his reserved booth with his 2 students at his sides, all of which watched the accumulating personage with eager anticipation. So, who do you think will go all the way? I don't know, but my money is on that Uchiha kid making it at least. Oi, mine too. Silently, a few shinobi in various Junin attire were speaking amongst themselves, in particular a one-eyed scarecrow and his spandex-wearing self-proclaimed rival. Ooh, Kakashi, my flames of youth are searing over the inability to face you in front of our fellow people. Yet, they overflow with the intensity of 1,000 suns at watching my students partake in such glorious competition. I'm sorry, were you saying something to me? Erg, you and that hip attitude of yours. At any rate, I agree that it's disappointing to not be a part of this, but you must remember the Hokage's reason for not granting us permission. Flashback. The elder Kami no Shinobi stood before his subordinates as he informed them, you all are not to be taking part in this tournament. A purple-haired Junin with a tan jacket asked in a semi-childish voice, what, why not? Smiling, the old man said, because, Anko, you are to be watching your potential students as they engage one another and make up your teams with the knowledge you obtain. Nonplussing, Anko merely said, that's. Kakashi spoke up saying, I agree with both of you, but why can't we observe our genin while we spar with them? You could call it our individual tests.
Nodding, Sarutobi replied, yes, but that wouldn't allow them to work their own issues with one another out, would it?
No, it wouldn't. I know it seems bad, but it's a good opportunity to see something truly amazing as they strive to beat their own rivals, much like you and Guy. Yosh, I am all in favor of seeing the end of the feuds between students as they test the strength of their own unique springtimes of youth. A black-haired Junin with tradition garb and a sash on his waist said, I gotta agree with that, we may not get another opportunity for them to truly work out their frustrations until the Chunin exams. If they even fight against one another. Exactly, so you see why I'm doing this. Consider it as their own exam before the exam.
Flashback end. We take our notes, pick our kids, and do what we can to improve upon their weaknesses that we see from the tournament.
Yes, well, either way this is to be a great event in our history. What did you just say? Gah, that coolness, why?
Stadium grounds, minutes later standing in 4 rows before the Hokage, all the shinobi present to take part in the tournament listened as their leader spoke about the rules and regulations of the contest. As he did so, his eyes locked upon 3 particular genin as he said, now, the rounds will proceed with everyone in 3 groups, however as time goes on there will become fewer and fewer of you until only 3 of you remain. Of those 3, will the one to face us in one-on-one combat. Don't worry, whether you win or not, you will receive a prize for surviving to our matches. Now, without further ado, let the tournament begin.
Viewing area. As the ninja gathered within the designated place for them to watch the contestants, a proctor had come passing out papers to all declaring, those of you with the same numbers are all within the same team, you will be facing opponents in your same class level, or bracket. The remaining people will ultimately fight someone of higher, lower class respectively, and the winners of those shall move on to facing the Hokage and Sannin. Please take a moment to prepare yourselves. Fights will commence in 3 minutes. As the shuffle to find groups began, some of the genin found themselves with their fellow classmates. Hyuga noticed that he himself was with Shikamaru and some of the other genin who had been called to the academy meeting by Mei earlier in the week. Walking up, and greeting each other, the groups got accustomed to those within their band before taking in the other teams.
Shortly after finding his group, the Inuzuka turned and noticed Hinata over in the corner, and walking over, he found that she wasn't alone as she sat with Naruto, Mei, and Shino. Now, before he could turn around and walk back, the mahogany-haired kunoichi called out to him.
"So, what are you doing here? I'm sure you found your teammates by now."
"I did. I was just coming by to see who my competition was, and let you all know that you're going down." Chuckling, Naruto said, "Really now? I find that rather ironic, since you came all the way over here to boast such a claim with no proof. Well, good luck. I feel that you're gonna need it."
"Oh yeah, I've been training extra hard so that I could defeat you, Blondie. Just wait, I'm gonna pummel into the dirt in front of everybody, and prove that for all your flash, you're still a dope." That said, the dog user stormed back over to his team as a girl with a black and pink kimono with a wide-rimmed hat came over and stood next to Naruto. The young Uzumaki leaning back with a smirk present as he asked, "So, you happy with your results? You're with him?" The shaking of her head the only visible sign of an answer before she spoke up saying, "I don't know what to do. I keeping thinking about what almost happened." Gently, the boy grasped at the girl's sleeve saying, "It was only a test. I warned you, did I not?"
"Hi. Then, try to let it go." Cough. Cough. The two found that they had an audience as Hinata sharply inquired, "Naruto, who is this girl and what is she to you?" Chuckling nervously, the sapphire-eyed teen said, "What, you don't recognize her? It's Sakura."
Gaping was the immediate response as the pinkett took off her hat and revealed herself to the group. Mei was the first to speak saying, "Wow, I knew a change in clothes can do wonders, but I never expected this."
Even Shino, though appearing stoic, noticed the change within the young girl. Her chakra has increased, and it has a similar presence as Naruto for some reason. What is going on?
After some other comments about how different she seemed, and the fact that her hair was cut short, she was about to turn to go back to her group when Ino's voice suddenly escalated saying, "SS Sakura. What in Kami's name happened to you?" The group sat still as the rest of the genin squads came behind the blonde to see what made her exclaim so loudly. Upon seeing the girl themselves, those that shared class with them each openly spoke their thoughts about her new countenance in various words. There were a few who were quiet, but those were the ones whom either didn't know her, or had an image to keep. After explaining that she felt that she needed a new look to go with her training regimen, her fellow shinobi were a bit taken back, Ino most of all as she prodded, "What happened to you to make you completely cut off your hair? This is bad. This can't be real, this has to be a dream." Sakura's mind replayed the message Naruto gave her, as if on cue. "I must warn you. Whatever you face within those walls, it is going to take something from you. Whatever it believes is making you weak." "What is it that's making me weak? How is it going to take it from me?" "Sakura." She snapped back into reality as the ebony-haired genin had cut her top open with the kunai. She could only scream his name as he tore at her dress, stripping her down to her bare essentials as a lustful gaze leveled upon her. "I want you, and you're not fucking moving fast enough. Sasuke." Pinning her down and placing the blade right against her throat, Sasuke proceeded to do the one thing that every kunoichi, no, that every female fears. He began to desecrate her body. He was raping her. The realization came as a sledgehammer to the chest would feel. She went cold, tears began to swell in her eyes as her body froze, and her breath left her. She was effectively drowning in fear and sorrow. Turning her over, the Uchiha placed the knife to her throat as she started glancing back, salty spheres streaming down the sides of her cheeks. "Sasuke." The ebony-haired survivor moved the blade to her back as he seized the pinkett roughly by her long tresses. "You're going to be the tool with which I rebuild my clan. You should be grateful. This is what you wanted, isn't it?" "No, this isn't what I wanted. What I dreamed of. Let go. Your feelings will release you from this nightmare." Dripping to the floor, the translucent tears of the cherry blossom slowly decreased in number as Sasuke got himself prepared to invade her, a look of malignant pleasure fiercely evident. As the onxy-eyed genin closed in the gyro before him jerked forward, in an attempt to rein her in, he pulled back with a yell. "Where do you think you're going?" In the advent of their clash, Sasuke's hand slipped, and the following effect was the jade-eyed Kunoichi falling face first to the ground with her glistening pink locks drifting to floor between them. "Kuso, get up." A pulse tore through the room, freezing the boy where he knelt as his face blanked, worry taking the stead of malice. "Yuru." The Genin's eyes widened as he instinctively began backing up, trying to cling to the vicinity furthest from the massively concentrated killing intent. "You wanted me, right? Well, now you have me." The girl stood, severed hair cascading menacingly from her scalp, and covering her countenance from view. "Stay back, please. Don't kill me." Slowly, Sakura began taking steps toward the shriveling Uchiha. "Death is far more lenient than you deserve, Sasuke." Grasping the air, the girl swept her arm before her, and from the nothingness formed a nodashi with a pewter-colored blade and white hilt. "I won't kill you." Stopped, the Avenger found himself back to wall, his executioner trapsing forward, the epitome of death and the myriad of darkness and suffering. "I'm going to punish you for defiling his memory. I know that you aren't Sasuke. There's no way he could even remotely be interested in me, no matter how much I dream of it being so." Thus, standing over her target, the pink teen's hair ceased its parade, and upon raising her head to meet the boy's gaze, he froze, trapped within the dominion of her gaze. "WWH, what are you? Your end." She brought the blade to bear upon the cringing Uchiha's crown. Sling. There was no cry of fear. No arterial shower to cover her frame. No, there was merely a pool of scarlet expanding beneath the girl's feet. Looking down into the growing pool underneath her, she blinked. "Is that me?" Gone were her usual green orbs, as now crimson irises ruled the space in their absence. Flashback end. A lot. Look, don't worry about it. Turning to Naruto, the girl smiled sadly and said, "Thank you, Naruto-sensei. I'll see you again later. Preferably on the battlefield." "Of course. Good luck." "You too." As the girl walked away from the group, several individuals turned to speak with the blonde, and a few continued gazing at the pinkett with concerned thoughts overflowing. However, before anyone could speak up, the proctor called out aloud to everyone. "All right, the tournament is officially underway. First match is Shino Aburame vs. Shikamaru Nara. Will the contestants please come down to the field?" Everyone grew silent as the mentioned two proceeded to the center of the field. Upon reaching the middle ground, the proctor said, "Ready." Receiving nods, he called aloud for the match to begin and leapt to safer ground, Hajime. The two shinobi stood semi-relaxed positions as they evaluated one another, and soon, they came to a decision as they flung kunai towards one another. The collision resulted in their flying into the ground between them as the boys went to once again launch an attack towards one another. Shino raised his arms, facing towards his opponent as he spoke in a monotone voice, "Ito." A buzz steadily emanated from the boy as insects poured from his sleeves. "This is bad, he's got me beat in distance." Mendokus. A glance down revealed the swarm's shadow as his mind began to process his environment and what advantage they gave. It's tricky, but that might work. Reaching into his pouch, the pineapple hair-styled shinobi quickly drew three and launched them, but the trajectory of the weapons drastically changed and they flew off into three opposite directions, one landing right next to the back of Shino's heel. An eyebrow raise was the only indication of emotion, but what else would one expect of an Aburame? "I believe you missed." With a smirk present upon his lips, the Nara replied, "I don't." Shino glanced back down, only to see the fuse of an explosive tag burning its last vestiges. Boom, smoke, gravel, and shrapnel all expelled from the location as the kunai detonated. Peering through the haze, and not finding his opponent, Shikamaru thought aloud, "Maybe I went a little too far." His eyes widened when he suddenly heard a voice say, "No, you didn't go far enough." Quickly performing two seals, the genius watched as shadows jumped from the ground in the form of needles, capturing the bug user within its folds. Cage Nui. Complete. Again, not quite. Shino began to melt away into a black mist as he spoke. The buzzing that came about afterwards told the lazy shinobi what had occurred, a clone. Turning as he released his jutsu, the cloud from before was blown away by the breeze, revealing a large swarm of Kikaichu revolving in a sphere. Mashikame. What? He used the explosion to hide his movements, but why'd he risk taking the full force of the explosion unless? This is what a real trump card is. Mushidama. As if on cue, the sphere surrounding the Genin burst outward, rapidly heading towards its intended target. Flipping through a number of seals, the pineapple-haired ninja smirked once more as he ended with the rat seal. Oi. Seems like we're at a draw, Shino, wouldn't you say? After a moment's pause, the Aburame responded with an agreed. Those watching could see a thin black line stretching the distance and wrapped around the young Aburame. In the platform, a confused Kiba voiced his opinion. What's going on? When did Shikamaru pull that one? A speculating Chunin answered. When the Genin launched his jutsu, it created a shadow leading directly to him. Nara-san, using the speed of his shadow technique, took that exact moment to try his countermeasure. The rest is as you see them. Mei, standing off to the side, spoke with a smile on her face. Bold. To attack at the same time as your attacker merely to force a draw, gotta say, these boys are good. A Junin nodded, adding, for Genin to be able to plan that fast on the fly, then to execute it that well, this is truly going to be an exciting tournament. The statement earned several murmurs of similar thoughts as the proctor appeared down on the floor declaring the match a draw since neither ninja could ascertain victory. Both were eliminated, a result that shocked all viewers up in the stands excluding the present shinobi. Hokage booth. The Hokage sat watching with his students on either side of him as they observed the contestants. I think the both of them are promising, they will do very well in the future. I agree, but when are we getting in? Plus, you never told me we weren't fighting each other, you old bag. A chuckle slipped from the Hokage's mouth as he said to his students, we will fight once there are 3 contestants left. I wanted to tell you that we were not engaging one another, but you were so full of fire, I decided to wait and let you find out on your own. The white-haired Sannin spoke to his teammate calmly as he watched the proceedings below. It's gonna be all right, Tsunade Heim. Just be patient, if these prodigies are anything like the old man told us, they should more than make up for the wait. Huffing a bit, the blonde Sannin replied in a concise, whatever. Viewing booth. As the proctor called another set of shinobi out to the arena, most ninja went to watch, but Naruto stayed in his seat as he relaxed, waiting for his turn. As he did this, he felt a someone walk directly up to him, so cracking an eye open he saw Mei hovering over him. What do you want? A lecherous grin crept onto her face as she replied, to be the mother of your children. This got the reaction she was looking for as the blonde shot straight up out of his chair and backed a few paces away, blush heavily searing his cheeks. Laughing as she moved, the wine-haired Kunoichi sat down in the blonde's seat, and waited for her teammate's response. You happy now? Quite. Naru-kun, your seat is so hot. I could cuddle up and go to sleep right here. Che, do whatever you like. Turning his back, the Genin felt a weight against him as he heard a smooth voice whisper in his ear, oh, I will, soon enough. Oi, whipping around, he found Mei still in her seat, cat that got canary, smile plastered on her face. Yes, dear, you don't have to shout. I can hear you just fine. Arg, know what, you're trying to make me angry, aren't you? I mean you taunt me in front of Gigi, you attack me at the training field, spill almost all my info at the academy, and leave me with Sakura after you forced her to be there in the first place. Just what are you trying to pull? Nothing. Mei got up from the chair and slowly walked to Naruto with a sway in her hips. As she closed the space, she placed a finger on his chin and traveled around him in a circle, leaving her finger to trail her path across his body. I just want to have a little fun while I can, is that all right with you? Naru-kun. A splash of red hit his cheeks again as the girl traced her finger from his neck, up to his whiskers, and back down over his upper back as she continued to speak. Or should I be more creative? How about Hige? I like that. Dot has a cute ring to it. What do you think? Hige-kun. As she said this, she managed to slide around him again and get her appendage on his other cheek, then she stroked it ever so lightly that the boy couldn't help but have a reaction. He dashed to the chair as heat rose flush into his face, and as he sat he immediately crossed his legs and yelled, Keikuso. WWW, what are why you doing to me, woman? The girl covered her laugh with her hand as Hinata came back. Her observation was quick as she noticed something off with her blue-eyed partner. Naru-kun, are you all right? You look a bit flushed. As she came forward, she stumbled over something hard. Naruto rose to try and catch her as she flailed, trying to regain her lost balance, but instead collapsed onto her fellow nin. Mei burst out laughing as the two ended up in a tangled mess on the floor. Opening their eyes, they immediately turned crimson as they found themselves inches from the other's face. But what made it all the more complicated was the enormous mound Hinata felt herself sitting upon as the blonde twitched once and was then too embarrassed to move. Well, I gotta say, old enough to kill, old enough to screw, but I never would have thought you were the public types. The two jumped up, straightening whatever clothing was out of order as they glared daggers towards Mei, who stood a little ways from them still giggling to herself. With this round's winner decided, will Meikakushi Kurama and Choji Akamichi please come to the arena grounds? All eyes focused on the two Genin called, and as Mei turned to leave she glanced over her shoulder at the two as she said, wish me luck. As she left, she heard Ino yell, Choji, kick this bimbo's tail. Mei stopped right next to her and whispered just loud enough for her to hear, Blondie, you're gonna want to watch this fight very closely. As the two Genin stood, the proctor couldn't help but feel the emotions emanating from them. Choji, poor boy, was a large bundle of fear, as Mei lazily poured off ki in waves. With a sigh, the man leapt out of the way as he called for their match to begin. Come on Choji, you can do it. Glancing back towards his teammate and friend, the boy thought, as much as I appreciate the support, you're the one who got me here in the first place. A giggle brought the boy from his thoughts and back to his opponent, who with a small smile said, don't be too upset at your friend, fat boy. She just doesn't realize the situation for what it is. The young Akamichi bristled at the weight jab, but if it was a wound, then the comment afterward was certainly dumped salt. Tell ya what, if you surrender now I'll take you out to one of the high-end steak places. That way, you can fill your pudgy little frame to your heart's content. He snapped. The teen yelled in fury as he gathered his chakra in a vibrant burst of blue and white, yet his voice was heard shouting curses of fatness and insulting his pride as a shinobi. Up in the stands, why'd she have to go and say that to him of people? The Junins sitting together glanced toward the lazy Shikamaru sitting by the railing as he spoke. Asuma asked, what's wrong with that? I mean, insults are what people throw at one another all the time. It's not just that. Choji has always been sensitive to being called chubby or fat, but it also sends him into a berserk rage whenever he hears anything insinuating a jab towards a person's overweight nature. The shinobi around the boy got surprised expressions at this as Asuma thought to himself, that could be an issue then, if he's too blinded by anger, it'll hinder his ability to perform properly. She couldn't have done this on purpose, could she? Back in the arena, the boy was rampaging towards the girl, slinging punches and kicks at her that were highly athletic for a boy of his stature. The mahogany-haired Kunoichi deftly dodged and deflected all the blows before leaping back to give herself distance as she giggled once again. Wow, I figured you were soft against being insulted, Tubby, but I never would have guessed it would work this well. Back in the viewport, Ino's voice was heard, Choji, stop and think. You gotta eat. She gave a startled cry as a hand pulled her back away from the railing. When she noticed who it was that pulled her, she yelled, what the hell Naruto? Why'd you do that? Saying nothing, the blonde merely pointed towards the roof, to see a kunai planted deeply into the ceiling. She aimed to kill you. I think that's her warning for you to shut up and let them fight Ino-san, answered Hinata for her teammate. The girl guffawed and went back to the rail to silently watch on as her friend continued to needlessly chase his opponent around the stadium. Nakuden Sensha. The large preteen inhaled deeply as his torso swelled up like someone had inflated a balloon in his chest, and after tucking Hoff his appendages and head inside of his enlarged body, he began to roll. Yes, roll towards Mei at a slightly increased rate of speed. Up in the stands and booth, both Ino and Shikamaru had surprised looks on their faces as they thought. Wow, I knew he said he was training hard, but I never thought he was serious. Mei laughed roughly the entire time, as if the entire thing was comical, and also in the port Naruto went to sit down in his chair once more. Seeing this, Ino turned momentarily to face the blonde and said, Naruto, what are you doing? The fight's not over and you have no Rei. Actually, that fight was over from the start. What? I don't watch pointless fights, nor do I want to see Mei toying around with her opponent.
Before she could verbally retaliate, Sakura and Hinata came and sat down on the seats surrounding him, and spoke about a similar topic. To say Ino was flabbergasted would be the understatement of the year. She yelled at the other Genin. "WW, how can you all have such little faith in your fellow Genin for a girl who none of us even know?" With a smirk on his face, the blonde male merely shrugged and said, "Simple, you don't know me. None of you do." At that time, the proctor's voice was heard, "Winner, Mei Kurama." The girl came back into the stands with a small smirk on her face and her eyes closed, and when she walked next to Ino, she whispered just loud enough for only her to hear. "If you interrupt my match like that again, next time, Naruto won't have an opportunity to save you."
Then she walked back to her seat as the proctor called out, "This completes the first round of the tournament. We will now move on to the second. Will Sakura Haruno and Kiba Inuzuka step out into the arena?"
As the two walked out, Kiba hooted about how easy his fight was gonna be, and that he was gonna then kick the Dobi's ass in front of everyone. Sakura, with a sigh, stood and solemnly marched to the field. "Sakura. Hi sensei." Turning, the girl saw her blonde instructor sitting with a sly grin on his face. "Don't beat on him too bad." Smiling, the girl replied, "Only enough to put him in his place." A nod from the Uzumaki sent her out to her fight. "Are you ready?" The black-clad Cherry Blossom nodded as her opponent growled out, "Yeah, I'm ready." Then, Hajime, as the man vanished, the dog user laughed as he pulled his partner out saying, "Ha, I won't even break a sweat."
A few barks from the pup had the boy saying, "Yeah, yeah. I know, but she was trained by that loser, so it's not like she's gotten any much stronger. Don't care who they say he's worked with."
All the while, Sakura stood there, hand resting upon the hilt of her sword with her hair covering her face as the boy got ready. "Oi, ya no, before you were a freakin' washboard. Now, you're a real babe, so how about if I win you go out on a date with me?" A tremor swept her frame before she glanced over to the blonde above her. Glancing back towards the unruly Genin, she responded coolly, "And should you lose?" "If I lose? Ha ha ha, I'll be your slave for the rest of the week. Not that that's likely." With an extremely mischievous gleam in her eye, the pinkette answered, "Deal." As soon as the words left her lips, she drew a kunai and threw it all in one rapid fluid motion. The duo jumped away from one another, shocked by the speed of the action, yet as it sailed in between them, they sniffed as their eyes got even bigger than before.
"What is that?" The resulting explosion had unexpectedly launched the pair away from one another as Sakura flipped through a few hand seals and called out calmly, "Haiden, Chirensa Sauti." Chains of metal shot out from the ground beneath the puppy as it barked something to Kiba, but before anything could happen, the dog was held fast by all four paws.
"Akamaru, now, it's just you and me. Mutt, in the booth." "Well, sensei, who is this Sakura girl? I've never seen that move before." The professor spoke, "She's a Genin, and I'm not familiar with that either."
The blonde Sannin replied with a shocked expression, "You don't even know that? What did she create it then?" The old man shook his head as a smile came to his lips, "No, but I have a feeling I know who did."
Jiraiya asked, "Who? I'd like to meet them." "You will, quite soon if my guess is right." Arena Kiba growled as he charged forward, contorting into a rapid spiral as he called out, "Suga." A well-timed leap to the side placed Sakura out of harm's way, and once more chains burst from the ground, this time snapping the twisting ninja down face first. His roars and growls of anger rattling throughout the arena as he tried to escape the jutsu. "I won't collect on our agreement, Kiba, but next time, listen to your pup before doing something you end up regretting."
Winner, Sakura Haruno. Will Suka Moreno and Kaide Tachibana please come to the floor?
Up in the stands the crowd was amazed, and the shinobi were stunned. They had never known a jutsu like that existed. The Junin sensei watched with wide eyes as the girl battled. Might Guy, recovering first, spoke towards his associate. "That was embarrassingly quick. Kakashi, have you ever heard of a technique like that before?"
A shake of the head was his friend's response as the Cyclops spoke. "I can't see where the chains come from. It's as if they just originated from nowhere."
Anko smirked widely as she said her piece. "Now that's my kind of girl. That's a useful jutsu. I may have to ask her where she learned it, and see if she'll let me use. Talk about a great torture tool."
Her partner Kunoichi shook her head as she spoke up. "Anko. Anyway, that does look useful. I could find ways to use that myself. Viewing port. The shinobi blinked as the fight ensued. Hinata, Naruto, and Mei all watched along with the other genin as the bubblegum girl schooled her opposition. Some of them sent wary glances towards the blonde boy as they recalled her earlier statement of being trained by said person. As the young kunoichi came back to her friends and teacher, Tenten came forward with a confounded expression. Yes, Tenten, you wanted to ask me something. Well, is what Mei said earlier true? And if so, just how strong are you? I mean, from what I've been hearing, Sakura was never that strong. No offense to her, but, for her to get where she is. The Uzumaki chuckled aloud before answering the girl's questions in a matter-of-fact tone. Yay, what she told you all is true. I don't really know how strong I am. That's what this contest is for to me, and Sakura has gotten to where she is on her own. I've done nothing more than show her a few things. She is a valuable ninja, and a very hard worker. You may want to be careful, she might just give you a run for your money. Will Naruto Uzumaki and Tenten Higasha proceed to the grounds? The two stopped, time slowed to a drag as they gazed into each other's eye. Tenten's countenance taking a shocked determination, while the blonde adorned a simple smirk. Space caught up with them, and they both headed for the stadium ring, Naruto whispering to his companion as they went. I may just give you a run for your money as well.
Those that knew the two before them watched with a silent urgency, waiting to see what the genin sensei had to show for himself in terms of skill. The brunette grinned as the proctor questioned them, and brought her hands to her sides in a quick draw stance. The showdown commenced with one word. In a blur of movement, the bun-haired kunoichi fired off 3 sets of shuriken and kunai, each headed straight for their target. The smirk never left the boy's face as he danced smoothly, deftly weaving through the projectiles with all the grace of a master choreographer. He's good, he hasn't even drawn a weapon to defend himself. I won't let him toy with me. I'm gonna make you take me seriously. She charged as she continued her downpour of weaponry, the boy before her still maneuvering between them. When she got within range, she launched into a flying jump kick with a cry, the attack easily being sidestepped as her opponent drew a kunai. She summoned a kusarigama and flung it in his direction, the assault being deflected away as the female brought out a pair of scrolls. Viewing port. Neji, is that? Yes. She's going to use it. I'm surprised really. I thought she'd wait before resorting to that jutsu. Ino turned to the older Hyuga and asked, Hey, what do you mean? What is in those scrolls? Without looking elsewhere, the boy responded, her greatest technique. Arena Naruto rose an eyebrow upon seeing what Tenten had brought out, and in defense he threw his kunai and drew his wakizashi thinking, well, this should be interesting. Placing the scrolls down, the girl jumped skyward as the scrolls released 2 spiraling dragons of smoke and spun as she let loose her technique on the blonde, so sure you. A hailstorm of summoned tools begins to fall upon the boy, who sheathes his blade before performing a few hand seals and calling out, Futon, Kazakiri Bakuden no Jutsu. Gathering wind within his palm, Naruto created a sphere of whirlwind pressure air and threw it forward. When it left his hand, it exploded into dozens of wind waves that collided with or destroyed the barrage of weaponry aimed at his person. The wind continued on its path, striking the bun-haired kunoichi and knocking her out of the air as she was caught off guard by the unknown jutsu. As she fell, Naruto caught her before she hit the ground in a bridal-style carry, and as he carried her out of the arena, the proctor came back into the fold. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. Now, will these next 2 competitors come down? Neji Hyuga and Rock Lee. Stands. I can't believe it. That is the class dead last? He beat his opponent with 1 jutsu, and one that I've never heard of before either. Just like that Sakura girl. What is going on? Kakshi turned a little to see Yugao sitting by them, and knowing the woman's relationship with the genin, he asked her what he wanted to know. Yu-chan, just how are these genin performing techniques we've never seen before? A smile was etched on her lips as she spoke, simple. Naruto-kun is a prodigy when it comes to creating jutsu, as is Hinata-chan, so my guess would be that Sakura is learning from Naruto since she can use his heightened technique. The Junin were in awe. The boy who was supposedly the worst shinobi of his group turns out to be the most creative and skilled. It was as if someone had flipped the world to its side. Brilliant. Naruto's flames of youth burn with a blazing passion of magnificence. Yash.
A slightly irked Anko said, "Shut it, guy. By the way, your other two genin are about to face one another." Booth. Ito, was that? Yes, that is his son, and he already knows who his parents are.
Both Sannin turned to their instructor as the information he told them sunk in.
You mean that? A nod came before he finished saying, he lives in his father's home now, and has access to his rightful inheritance as well. You both are in for an interesting fight depending on whoever gets the opportunity to go up against him. Viewing area. As the two called genin strolled towards the floor, Mei came over to Lee before he hopped over the railing.
Hey, take this. Mei-san. What is it? Something that I want you to drink from only after the proctor begins the match. Think of it as a gift from me to you saying good luck and knock him out. Oh okay. I will do as instructed. Thank you for your support. Arena. Are you two ready? Neji. This has been a dream of mine for a very long time. I want to fight you full out, no holding back. Why? You know you can't beat me. You have been destined to fail against someone of my strength, and I will merely prove it to you once more here. Begin. The two immediately flew into a clash of blows. Kicks and punches began to blur as the two parried, blocked, or countered the other's every move. As the two went on, eventually Lee was sent backwards by a palm strike from Neji, skidding to a halt a good 2 meters away.
You see, Lee, I am never going to lose to you. Fate has determined this. In frustration, the bushy-browed genin glanced at the gourd in his hand, and after a moment's hesitation downed the contents in 3 swallows. With a filled sigh, the boy staggered a little bit with a hiccup, yet tossing the bottle away, a flush grew on his cheeks as a smile stretched across his features. Lee was drunk. Ya know, hiccup. I always thought you were a bit of prick Neji wedgie. You never showed hiccup. Either of us any respect above servants. Today, hiccup. That changes. Slurred the now intoxicated teen as he fell into a shaky stance. His teammate, on the other hand, chuckled a bit seeing the display being put on before him as he responded in an amused manner.
Really? Fine, Lee, I'll take you up on that offer of yours. We fight all out, no holding back. Now, let me show where your place is. Flying forward, the Hyuga genius lashed out with a palm strike right for the face, yet suddenly the world rotated and he found himself on the ground. What in the name of Kami was that?
Standing up, the brunette went at it again, this time aiming for a swipe at the boy's ribs, but again he found himself face first in the dirt, with a weight on his back that suddenly lifted as he glanced to see Lee flipping from a handstand to a relaxed slouching position.
Stands. How could this have happened? The senseis turned to Guy as he held a fearful and shocked face. Kurenai voiced what was on the others' minds as she probed, Guy, what's wrong?
That stance. LL Lee isn't himself anymore. Anko then asked in gruff tone, what are you talking about? Spit it out already.
Lee's drunk. Kakashi now interjected saying, yes, that we know, so what's the big deal? You don't understand. Lee is highly susceptible to alcohol. And even the smell of it can turn him into a berserker that took me using 2 of the gates to subdue. And the stronger the drink, the deadlier he becomes. He's a natural-born drunken boxer.
The surprise on the group's face would have been a true blue Kodak moment, if it weren't that Might was serious. As they watched the match below, they all hoped that Lee wouldn't kill his competition in his drunken rage. Viewing area. Mei, said girl faced her speaker, who was Hinata, with a small smile as she answered, yes.
What did you do to Lee? Why is he acting like that? Nothing. I gave him a little sake to help relax his mind. Seems to be working.
I can't believe you would do something like that.
Waving the girl off, the Mahogany Kunoichi replied, oh, don't worry. He'll be fine. I'd be more worried about that Hyuga Neji if I were you. Looks like he's gonna get a real ass kickin' the way he's going.
What? You can't. Shish. Just watch the match, girly. We can talk afterward. After all, your cousin is involved.
Arena Neji was pissed. All his work to beat his spandex-wearing opponent was turning into no more than a rodeo act than an actual match. With himself being the entertainment. Why can't I hit him? Any other time, I mop the floor with this loser. Now, I'll be lucky if get more than that earlier palm strike. Was he toying with me all this time? Letting me win because he knew he was better than me? That bastard. With an angry roar, The boy dropped down into a stance that many a ninja were familiar with.
You were within my range of divination, Hake Rokujian Sho.
Coming in close, the Hyuga began with 2 thrusts as he called out, 2, 4, 16, 32, 64.
Lee blurred into a drunken ballet, bobbing out of the first 2, weaving away from the second, leaning back into a back handspring, and pirouetting around the last set before launching his fist into the Hyuga's abdomen. The attack never connected as the boy's Byakugan flared to life and he grabbed the extended arm. Flipping over his target, he unleashed 3 devastating blows to Lee's back as he called out once more. Byakugan Sandageki. The final strike flipped the boy forward, yet as he flew, the bowl-cut Genin managed to pull of an impressively powerful reverse axe kick that launched Neji straight into the air. Catching himself to land in a crouch, the mini-guy followed up with a leaping uppercut with what looked like flame on his fist, and finished it off with a spinning back kick as he slurred aloud, Konoha Wakai Arashi.
The 2 landed in a heap, neither one moving a single inch, until Lee stood up on shaky legs with a red glow and a wide smile.
I won. Ha, what do ya say about fate now, Neji Weji? After his outburst, he hiccuped and fell to the ground, unconscious but smiling. So, after a moment the proctor came in and declared the match a draw as medics came and collected them in stretchers. As this went on he began calling out the next set of contestants involved.
Viewing area. The viewers of the match were in shock. They had never seen such a vicious display of taijutsu. Yet they were even more amazed by the fact that one of the 2 was completely drunk as he battled. Naruto laughed openly as he made his observation known. I can't believe Lee is that good even while hammered. Who'd have thought? I may have to take him up on that offer of a spar after all.
Hinata looked at Mei with a gaze that would turn Medusa to a block of ice in a staring contest. Said female merely smiled as she said, I didn't expect it to be that entertaining. Lee really proved himself in my eyes. How can you say that? You were the one who gave him sake. Shrugging, the reply came as, he looked like he needed to relax. Besides, it's not like I knew he was a drunken boxing prodigy or anything.
Will Hinata Hyuga and Ino Yamanaka proceed to the floor? The girl looked a bit shocked at the sudden calling of her name, before a mask of stoic indifference fell into place. The pale blonde appearing at her side as she said, I've been waiting for this, Hinata. With a cold smirk, she responded, I see, so you want to see where you belong. Well, I'll be glad to demonstrate that for you, Yamanaka-san. The crowd stirred a bit at the mention of another 2 esteemed shinobi clansmen making their way to the floor. Their noise was silenced, however, by the sheer tension between the 2 girls. It was as if someone laid a wet blanket onto of the area during summer's evening. You ready? Why, of course. Ino-san, are you? Yeah, I've been working hard up to this point. I want to take that high horse from right under you. Then, Hajime, not even a second after the words left his mouth, Hinata vanished. No blur, or dust cloud present, she just disappeared. What? How in the world, Ino-san? The girl looked down to see Hinata's hand only centimeters from her heart. She paled if that was any more possible, and the Hyuga princess merely stood up and walked away as she spoke. This match was over before it even started, Ino-san. Your techniques have to be able to keep up with their target, or otherwise you leave yourself open. Your taijutsu has to be strong or you'll be trapped. And your mind must be clear or else you risk losing in a mental battle that if you can't catch the target leaves you just as vulnerable as before. You only have family jutsu to rely on, while I only need my familial techniques to beat you. Hopefully you keep up with the training, you might make it to my level 1D. She froze suddenly, her body still enough resemble a rooted tree, yet once more it simply vanished. Shukuken. A millisecond later, Ino was slumped against the wall. A web of spider cracks forming from the impact. Winner, Hinata Hyuga. This is the close of the second round. We will begin the next stage of the tournament after a 15-minute break for our contestants. Stands. Hinata is truly a frightening genin, to be able to perform afterimages at her age. The scarecrow looked to his rival to see the man actually serious for the second time today. If this keeps up, he may actually turn out to be a normal ninja in my book. Guy. What's wrong now? That girl moved way too fast for a genin. I agree. However, that's not what scares me. This had all the Junin's attention as the Bush Brown Nin explained his thought.
She was moving that fast, and I believe that she had weights on her, if not actual ones, then seals for such. Silence ruled as the group had nothing to say for such a startling revelation. Viewing area. Wow, that girl's come a long way, hasn't she? That she has, though I want to know just what she's been doing while she was gone. I don't. It'd be boring to know what all your opponent is capable of before you get into the fight. Let her have her secrets, Naruto, besides, you have yours. That is none of your concern. Anyway, who do think we're gonna end up fighting in the finals? Jumping ahead to the finale, are we? Someone's gotten why. Not why, I know that I'm going to fight Sasuke next. I just feel that it's gonna happen, so once I put him in his place, then what? I don't know, I'm not a psychic, and I can't see the future, so we'll end up pulling straws, I'm sure. Naruto and Mei stood near the railing to watch the fight, if it could be called that, and were discussing the progress of their third genin partner. As said female came back to her friends, they overheard the proctor begin again. People, we have once again started the tournament, so will the finalists please come to the grounds? Obeying, the ninja stood before the proctor, who in turn handed them a folded piece of paper. When I say, open your sheets and tell me your number. This is to determine who fights in the next circuit, and is to determine who shall then go on to face the Hokage and Sannin. One by one, each number was called, and when it was complete the man smiled as he said aloud. The rounds are as follows. Sasuke Uchiha vs. Naruto Uzumaki Hyuga. Sakura Haruno vs. Meikakushi Kurama. Hana Inuzuka vs. Hinata Hyuga. Will all other contestants please head to the viewing area except for the first two called? The crowd was buzzing with anticipation as they watched the famed last Uchiha battle, the supposed dead last of Konoha. Everyone was silently waiting for the beginning of such a shutout match. Booth. So, seems like things are finally getting interesting around here, old man. Took you long enough. A dry chuckle escaped him as Sarutobi spoke up. Well, I needed to see the potential of all my shinobi Tsunade. I can't randomly pick favorites and fight them at will. These types of things are necessary for a Hokage at times. Whatever, I just wanna kick some ass. I'm getting cramps sitting in this damn chair. Haha, relax Tsunade Heim. We'll all get our chances once this round is finished. I know I wanna see this kid in action for real. You and me both. I got money riding on this thing. Viewing port, Hinata stood next to Sakura and Mei as they watched the fight before them about to commence. The girls each had their thoughts on the results of the match, but kept quiet all the while as shinobi gathered around them voicing their own picks for victor. Arena, are you ready? This loser's gonna pay for everything. Naruto merely nodded as he stood, nonchalantly gazing into the clouds with his hands in his pockets. The smallest of smirks placed on his face when the Uchiha spoke. Oi, Dobi. I'm gonna take that sword from you once this is all over. Tisk tisk tisk. Sasuke, how can you claim to barter for something when you have nothing that I would want in your possession? That seems quite unfair, doesn't it? Fine, then name your price. I'll let you have whatever you want should you win. Whatever you say. Well, seeing as you're targeting something near and dear to me, why don't we go with your eyes? The crowd seemingly gasped at that. No one had expected the boy to ask for something as personal as that. No way, Dobi, what kind of a fucked up request is that? You see, this sword is a personal moment of my late sensei. So, for you to ask for something like that, I'd prefer you see just what you were basically asking me to put on the line for your childish amusement. Now, since you get my point, let's get on with this show. On cue, the proctor leapt from the area with a call for the match to begin. A medium-sized fireball erupted from the Uchiha as he exhaled into his hand. Naruto didn't even flinch as the flames hit him, they merely burst outwards, becoming a ring of charred earth encompassing the blonde. What? Sorry, but a jutsu of that strength won't do a damn thing against me. Sasuke. The comment made its mark as the ebony eyes of the genin narrowed in anger. He's insulting me. But, how'd he block my Kaden technique? He didn't even move. Flipping through seals, Sasuke called out, Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu. Exhaling brought forth another round of flaming spheres, but this time, the Uzumaki barely moved, only clearing the attacks with a smirk on his face. Huh, you wouldn't happen to know any other moves, would you? If not, I'll have to end this now. The Avenger answered in an agitated voice, you keep insulting me. Fine, I was hoping to use this against the Sannin in the finals, but seems like you'll have to do. Naruto lazily threw a kunai in his opponent's direction, the latter of which ducked the projectile, yet his hair fell over his eyes, casting his face in shadow. With a nod, the Genin thought, so, he does have it after all. This'll be good. Standing, the Genin of the year rushed forward with a roar. His target fluidly dodged a roundhouse combination, ducking the following haymaker, and front-flipping over the low spin kick that came in sequence. Turning around with an overhead swing, the Gaki, calling aloud, Kaden, Ensho. From 2 fingers, a stream of fire erupted and whipped towards the crouched boy, forcing him into a one-handed cartwheel and back handspring as he revealed his familial legacy to the world. The Sharingan had awakened, and was spinning madly inside the raven-haired Uchiha's eyes. Viewing port, looks like things just got complicated. Slightly looking to the girl, both Sakura and Hinata asked, what do you mean? Sighing and shaking her head, the Mahogany Kunoichi replied, with Sasuke's activation of the Sharingan, Naruto now has to avoid getting his techniques copied by that annoying child. Arena, when'd he do the seals for that? There's no way the Dobi did it without them. A laugh came from Naruto as he spoke. Ya know Sasuke, you're more of an idiot than I thought. What did you say? Your secret weapon has 3 major flaws. Stands. All people present were astounded, they couldn't believe that the fight had turned out to be so entertaining. Those that believed the fight was going to be a swift one were practically choking on those thoughts as the blonde was effectively trouncing the Uchiha. Now, to hear that the Sharingan, the pride and joy of Konoha, had flaws was truly something that had everyone's attention. Kakashi's face was in a furious scowl. Here his student was, about to expose not only his teammate but his own flaws wherein using their hidden ace, publicly. To say he was upset would be to say dishcloths get wet when used properly. Arena. Firstly, it's famous. Any and everyone can figure what it looks like and what it does if they ask an educated shinobi. That being the case, it's pretty much second nature that there are ways around it, this leading to my second point. You, the user, has to see the hand signs in order to accurately copy the jutsu, yet if it's not the full array you still can't copy it. Example a being just now, could you copy what I did? The growl emanating from the Uchiha made the blonde smirk widen a bit as he continued, finally, you and your all-powerful dojutsu have to be able to keep up with your target. If you can't keep pace, it's pretty safe to say, your eyes can't either. In which case, you lose to me in all aspects, so if I were you, I'd put those eyes away before I show you just how useless they are in this fight. The Raven Genin stormed forward with an enraged roar. As he closed in on the boy he shouted, Yuru. I'll let you see the power of the Uchiha and show you right where your place is. Circling around his opposing Genin, he went through a few seals before yelling, beneath me. Kaden. Ruka no Jutsu. Exhaling, the Kekkei Genkei user produced an enormous stream of flame that flew towards the young Uzumaki. Halfway there, the jutsu broke down into several small blazing dragons and attacked the boy from different angles. A malicious smile stretched the shinobi's lips as he saw his attack connect, yet it soon was replaced by a look of shock as he watched the flames waver and dissipate from his target's form, dotted with not a single hair out of place. What the hell? A look of amusement was on Naruto's face as he gazed at his opponent, the smirk hadn't once faltered from his features. Viewing area. I can't believe this. Naruto, of all people, is evenly matched with Sasuke. Ino stated with an expression of awe, to which Mei remarked, it looks like he's beating Sasuke to me. The pale blonde was making to retort when Sakura shook her head and spoke, he's toying with him. Testing him, he's seeing if he can even marginally get serious about this fight. Hinata followed suit while nodding, he always does that, unless he already knows that he is encountering a threat. Choji interjected as he ate a single chip, is it just me, or is he using a bunch of jutsu that are new and unheard of? Come to think of it, he hasn't used a jutsu that I recognize yet. Mei smirked as she responded, then pay attention, cause here one comes. Arena. Placing his hands into a cross shape, the Namikaze child started up his signature jutsu with a bored voice, Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Smoke erupted from his position as the jutsu was performed, yet when the smoke cleared, the boy was still standing in his original spot. Sasuke glared at his fellow nin before laughing aloud, "You dobi. You failed at the one thing you spam. How pathetic." Kage's booth. The Hokage shook his head as a chuckle escaped his throat. That Naruto is really something else. Jiraiya nodded absent-mindedly as he asked, "Sensei, did he just do what I think he did?" Smiling, the old Kage said, "Wait and see, Jiraiya, we shall both find out momentarily." Arena. Suddenly, Naruto was chin level in the dirt as Sasuke stood over him muttering, "Doden, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu." Glancing up, the blonde cheerfully said, "Wow, Sasuke. Ya got me, not." In that instant the blonde shinobi vanished in a small burst of smoke, and a green light shone from underneath the ebony-eyed ninja. Looking down, the Uchiha noticed that he was paralyzed, and then he saw that it was a seal array that encompassed him and prevented his movement. I can't move. What the hell is this, some kind of genjutsu? In the corner of his vision, he saw Naruto in a relaxed stance, with his hands in his pockets. Sweat broke out on the boy's brow as he struggled to fight off the apparent hold of whatever it was keeping him pinned. "Oi, Duckus, you're within my field of divination. Hake Hyaku Nuhachi Sho." A yellow blur was all the last Uchiha saw before his body flared with pain, and all through it he heard the voice of his opposition counting, 2.4, 0.8, 0.16, 32, 0.64, 128. The combo ended with a powerful open palm strike to the sternum, effectively removing the black-haired teen from the other's presence. "Don't bother getting up, this fight is over. Without chakra your Sharingan is useless, and without that you don't even come close to standing a chance against the Juken. If you can't fight without those oh-so-precious eyes of yours, you have no right to even consider yourself strong." The proctor appeared and proclaimed the winner of the match as said teen calmly walked back to his chair to recline. Stands. The crowd was stunned. They had just witnessed the impossible, a non-Hyuga doing one of their techniques without a Byakugan in a perfect display of skill against an Uchiha. One shinobi muttered, "I never thought that was possible." A kunoichi with long black hair, deep red eyes with a ring in the iris, and a battle kimono thought out loud, "Amazing." To complete outclass the Uchiha using a Hyuga move without the use of a Kekkei Genkei, truly fascinating. Kage booth. Jiraiya sat back with a nod and a smile on his face, "As I thought, Kage Bunshin." Tsunade, her countenance that of calculation, spoke aloud her thoughts. Mei was right, he is strong, and it seems he was holding back still. The professor chuckled once again as he responded to his students' queries, "Quite true, a master in the art of deception this one is. He will be a wildcard for whoever he faces, now to see who else will be joining him." Viewing area. As the genin proceeded to his chair, Hinata and Sakura waited by the steps for his arrival. As he closed in they glomped him with a cry of delight. Hinata, the first to calm down, gleefully spoke first, "That was an amazing match, Naru-kun. I'm glad you used the Hyuga clan technique to put him in his place." Sakura, a little red in the cheeks, answered immediately after her fellow kunoichi. "Naruto-sensei, that was very well fought on your part. I didn't know you could perform the Juken without the Byakugan, truly an eye-opening battle for all of us." Ito. Arigato, but girls, your matches are gonna be up soon. Good luck, and I hope that you fight smart, not so much in the hard department. Now, will Meikakushi Kurama and Sakura Haruno proceed to the floor. The pinkett blinked before her visage donned a look that would make a Hyuga jealous as she proceeded to the arena floor. Sakura, turning, she looked directly into Naruto's cerulean orbs as he said humorlessly, "Be careful." A nod was her answer as she walked away. The brunette spoke as she stood beside her partner, "You're worried about her, aren't you?" "Of course I am. Mei isn't going to go easy on her, and she expects Sakura to truly be a decent opponent. I taught her as much as I could within the grounds of what Muramasa-sensei taught me and then some, yet, I fear it won't be enough against the wielder of Tsukiyomi's bond. I.C. Then come, the least we can do is support your student from the rails. She's gonna need it." The proctor stood between the two girls with a sense of grim anticipation. He could sense the killing intent these two were emitting, and it was starting to make him sweat. These two, they're only genin, but they feel like two Junin about to fight to the death. After reminding them of the rules, particularly the ones about killing, the shinobi called for the start of the match and leapt from the arena post-haste. Neither female moved as the breeze came through, picking up their hair in its gentle caress. Mei wore an expression akin to stone as she stood with her cane before her. Sakura, for her part, looked on with calm apathy. Her mind, however, was racing a mile a minute. Just how am I gonna beat her? Even with the training from Naruto-sensei, there's no way I'm a match for her. I'm gonna have to truly play this one by ear and stay on my toes. A smirk crept onto the blind Kunoichi's face as she opened her mouth to speak. Sakura, you feel quite a bit stronger from last time we spoke. It seems Naruto's training actually did pay off well. A nod was given before the young Mibu heir found her voice. Hi. It did indeed. A giggle was heard from the mahogany teen as she replied, good, because I would hate for this to be boring. So. The girl vanished from view as Sakura braced herself, summoning her chakra into her legs. Her senses screamed at her to move, and she did, just in time to see a crater form from the axe kick that Mei had unleashed on her position. Glancing in her direction, the older teen finished, show me what level of power you have attained, Sakura Haruno. Booth. Tsunade was in shock. Here her second student was with a blow that could easily rival her own in sheer strength, and she managed to do it without chakra. A cough was heard from her teammate as he gawked at the sight before him. He shot a question to his old friend as he watched. Geez, just what are you teaching that girl Suandheim? Their teacher interceded as he watched as well. In any event, this fight has truly gotten to be quite interesting. Arena. Sakura was dodging blow after blow, in an increasingly rapid pace as the fight went on. Mei merely kept up the pressure until suddenly she leapt away with a growl. You're not taking me seriously, are you Haruno-san? The bubblegum Kunoichi said nothing as she rapidly flipped through seals before calling out, Haiden, Senzakura Cyclone. Thousand Petal Cyclone. Cherry blossoms began cascading into the area in a flurry as Sakura's jutsu took root. The petals floated about gracefully before suddenly rushing towards Mei, flitting around the girl in a raging storm of Sakura. The jade-eyed genin rapidly flipped through another set of seals before thrusting her palm towards her target, bracing the extended limb with her other arm as she called out once more, Haiden, Ensuise. Blazing Comet. A ball of fiery chakra swirled to life on the Kunoichi's hand as she focused. Once it solidified, the ball flew off at immense speeds towards the spinning column of petals. The attacks combined as the fire merely intensified due to the wind present, gaining a bluish hue as its heat increased and its revolution picked up exponentially, yet the Sakura petals remained unharmed by the inferno as they flew throughout the attack. Good. This isn't half bad, Pinky, but not quite there. Sweden. Sujinheki. Water release. Water encampment wall. A large wall of water erupted from within the Tower of Flame, disrupting it and eventually canceling it as Mei stood where she was, unharmed. Flying through seals faster than the eye could follow, the cream-eyed teen smirked as she named her attack, Fumaiden no Jutsu. Heavenly Wind Dancer. Gathering chakra to herself as she crossed her arms over her chest, Mei swept them outward, releasing several large shuriken of nothing but wind. The blades enlarged and accelerated dramatically as they approached the Haruno, who, seeing the threat, jumped back several yards as she began yet another chain of signs. Kaden. Hidan Hensho. Fire release. Scarlet bullet combustion. Placing her hands before her once more, the young genin shot off several boulder-sized bullets of crimson flame at her enemy, blocking off the barrage of wind shuriken and creating a burst of light equivalent to a flashbang grenade going off. Everyone was forced to either look away or close their eyes to protect themselves from such an intense and sudden assault on their senses. Cage's booth. As the upper echelon of shinobi hid themselves from the light, the Toad Sage laughed out loud as he talked to his mentor and partner. Well, Sensei, you weren't kidding. These girls really know how to sling jutsu. I haven't seen a single one of those before except for the Sujinheki technique that Mei girl used. Gotta say, I'm impressed. Tsunade was in her own world as her mind was preoccupied. Mei. Just how long have you been hiding this strength from me? In any event, I will test you myself and see just what power you truly possess. This, I swear on my word as a Sannin. Viewing area. Naruto, just what in the world have you been showing Sakura? She's amazing. Hinata yelled at the blonde as she covered her eyes from the mini flare that was below them. Naruto, who had his eyes closed, shrugged as he answered his friend. I taught her all that Muramasa-sensei showed me, and I taught her some other elemental ninjutsu that I figured would be useful to her. I had to get her at least to a point of being amusing to Mei after all. Stands. The other shinobi present watched in awe at the immense skill the two kunoichi seemed to possess, as well as they both were firing off high-class jutsu that no one had ever heard of before. Kakashi was practically drooling at the number of techniques being used by the two, to think that these two are still merely genin in rank. They ought to be at least mid to high chunin, as these jutsu are easily B rank and above. The genin themselves were of a similar mind as Tenten spoke aloud to her fellow shinobi. Guys, I find it incredibly awesome that Naruto was the one who taught Sakura. She's outstanding. For her to have this much power is totally unreal for someone of our level. Shikamaru spoke loudly to reply, our level. I think she passed that the moment she started firing off new techniques like fireworks. Nods and comments of agreement followed as the ninja watched the rest of the match in silent excitement. Arena. As the light faded, the two opposing kunoichi stood stock still, neither one budging in the least. Then, in a blur of movement, the two engaged in a flexible display of acrobatic taijutsu. Mei lashing out with a side kick, only to be evaded as Sakura went for a leaping punch. The wine-haired nin parried the attack as she leaned to the right, grabbed the offending limb, and flipped the girl over her shoulder directly into the dirt. Sakura stopped her fall by reaching out with her left palm into the dust as she thrust a vicious kick from her left leg. Forced to let go, Mei shot a sweep at the other team, who in turn went forward into a one-handed cartwheel before quickly coming in with a butterfly kick as she drew a kunai. Her opponent leaned back into a backflip so as to avoid the attack, drawing a kunai herself. Upon landing, the two kunoichi instantly rampage into one another, knives clicking into a burst of sparks from the friction the two warriors were causing. A smile appeared on the elder's face visage as she said, Sakura, you have done very well. I see that I will have to resort to a more serious approach if I am to fight with you any longer. So, you have my respect. Narukumi no Jutsu. Hell viewing technique. Sakura instantly flinched, her whole body went rigid as her mind was flung back into the tower once more. This time she was on her knees. Chains echoed throughout the chamber as she heard a laugh that made her eyes widen tenfold. Glancing up, she saw the Uchiha once more before her, his throat wound looking as if it were never present and a gleam in his eyes that reflected open lust and sheer madness. Why you? I thought I killed you. Now, Sakura-chan, I'm hurt. You really think that you could get rid of me that easily? Tisk. Seems like I'm gonna have to teach you a lesson that you won't soon forget, my little cherry blossom. Ha 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 ha. Ayah, the blind. Genin stepped back as she watched her opposition fall, a small smirk on her face at the look of absolute horror etched into her target's features. She spoke softly, more to herself than to her enemy, sweet dreams. Sakura. The proctor came into the area with a tired look on his face as he walked over and called Mei the victor of the match, and called in a medic squad with a stretcher to carry the young pinkett to the hospital. As this went on, Mei went back up into the viewing area only to meet a hard-faced Naruto. My, what have I here? An angry Naru-kun, but why, I wonder? Asked said girl in the coyest way she knew. What did you do to her? What do mean? I mean what genjutsu did you cast on her to win? The only area I didn't train her on was that, and I knew that was a weakness in her style. Now tell me before something bad happens to Sakura. Now Mei's attention was fully on the blonde before her. A questioning glance asked, why? Sighing, the Uzumaki spoke, albeit reluctantly. I used a technique my sensei used to train me, and it has some potentially traumatic means in order to force you to overcome your weak spots mentally by exposing them in a manner that would hurt you the most. In Sakura's case, she was almost D by Sasuke in her trial, and she was forced to kill him in order to kill her fangirl self, and it still has quite a strong hold on her mind and heart at the moment. That's why I need to know which genjutsu you used on her. A moment of silence washed over the two as Hinata stood quietly, having been told all this information as the fight progressed. With an anxious tone, The dark-haired girl replied, I used the Narakumi jutsu on her. Just patch her up as best you can, and apologize to her for me for turning her greatest fear against her at such a vulnerable time. The Dieu was shocked at the amount, or lack thereof, of sarcasm in the foreign nin's voice. Naruto immediately recognized the light in her eye as remissing a past wound, and bowing to the girl he turned and promptly left the area, certain to give the girl room to breathe for a while. She's been hurt in that manner as well, it would seem. Will Hinata Hyuga and Inuzuka Hana come to the grounds for the final match of the cage slot? The brunette merely looked to her fellow bonded kunoichi before heading to the arena floor for her fight, but not before placing a delicate hand upon the girl's shoulder, forcing eye contact. Don't worry, Naruto-kun will do everything in his power to make sure that neither you nor Sakura have to deal with such painful memories anymore. That is a promise. Quote, the end. Now we will see you in the next video.